There's a voice. You can wait for next week for the agriculture. Good morning, everyone. My name is Noma French Mbombo, the chair of the Western Cape Mobility Committee, Parliament. With me, I've got Ms. Adams, who's assisting. Thank you for coming for the deliberation of the 24-25 annual reports for the Western Cape Mobility Department, which includes the annual report for the government motor transport. Thank you for coming. Before I ask the committee members to introduce themselves, I just want to acknowledge member Brett Heron, who have sent an apology. And also there's another member who also might be online, but he will confirm then. So over to the committee members to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, members, Minister, and officials from Mobility. I'm Leon van Wyk, a member of this committee.
Morning, Chair, morning, Minister, morning, officials and colleagues. My name is Noko Masipa. I am a permanent member of this standing committee. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Professor Mbombo and MEC, Executive and member of the public. My name is Benson Lensu, the member of this committee. MEC.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Noel Constable. I am a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, thank you again for coming and also for all your team. We hope that you're going to have a fruitful discussions. So over to you to introduce yourself and also have an opening remarks after the department through the HOD has introduced themselves. I just also want to officially to welcome the HOD because it is her first. So as members of parliament, we know when it's your first speech, we suppose no interjections, you're supposed to be nice. So we'll try our best, HOD, to be nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, Chair, thank you very much. Good morning to you, Chair, and good morning to the members in the House and online, and also to the team under the leadership of the HOD. My name is Isaac Sileku. I've got the responsibility of leading the Department of Mobility in the province. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, honorable members, chairperson, and all the colleagues from WCMD. I'm actually Hamida Fakira, the HOD for Mobility Department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee. I'm Rian Wiggle, the Acting CFO.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Theodore Ribbenard, Transport Operations.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Donald Lakay, and I'm the Acting Chief Director for Traffic Management.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. My name is Godfrey Reed. I am the Chief Director for Regulation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Antonius van Rensburg. I'm the Director for Fleet at Government Motor Transport and the Acting Chief Director.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Carol Jacobs for Fleet Risk, Acting Deputy Director, Fleet Risk Management, Government Motor Transport.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm Sean Timon, the Deputy Director for GMT Fleet Repairs and Maintenance.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Pakamam Dita, I'm the Deputy Director, Strategic Support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Sotolo Pancho, Deputy Director, Mountain Evaluation.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. Bianca Hendricks. I'm from GMT Fleet Finance.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Jacqueline Tweedy, the Acting Director for Traffic Training and Development.
Good morning, Chair, members. Christian Kriegler, Management Support Service at GMT.
Morning, Chairperson and members. I'm Kenneth Boyson, Director for Strategic Planning.
Good morning, Chairperson and everyone. I'm Fezid Mambo, Director for Land Transport and Oversight.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. Malvin Ardense, Transport Operations.
Morning, Chair and members. Ricardo Collins, Director, Land Transport Contracts.
Morning, Chair and members. Shobha Moodley, Acting Director, Supply Chain Management.
Good morning, Chair, members. I am Antoinette Finney, Acting Director for Traffic Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Chair, members. Viola Tunjalo, Head of Ministry, Mobility.
Thank you very much. I think Member Vessels is online. Are there any members of the public PO? Okay, Member Vessels, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. Thank you very much. I am a member of this committee. Thanks.
Thank you. In order to save time so that we could be able to have much engagement, we're going to start the first session now with the main book, the departmental annual report. And then probably once we are done with it, we can have a break. There will be a tea, and then we do the GMT. Now, in the annual report, members, please, we're going to use pages. So when you ask the question, please do indicate which page are you on. And how we're going to do it is about, we give at least 3 questions per member. And then the department, after those 3 questions per each, they can be able to respond instead of having one person to ask 20 and then you end up not having much. So we're going to provide 3 questions per member and you indicate which page where you are. We're going to start with Part A, which is a general information. Part A includes an organogram. The department, if you recall, members, part of our previous engagement, we asked for more details in terms of the organizational structure. But now, instead of having another meeting when we have forgotten, we asked them actually to give that part of the organizational structure as an addendum so that we can be able, when we deliberate on the organizational structure, which is in the Part A, you must supposed to have received this, where we ask that information in terms of the review of the organization and all of those. So you are welcome when you are asking a question in the Part A organizational structure. You can also reflect on the addendum. I think it's already there that they provided, and in terms of the vacancy and all of those. So we are starting with the pages 1 to pages 1 to 24. But before we do that, Minister, the opening remarks, but the pages is page 6. Information actually start from page 3 to page 60. I think it was 60. No, not 60. Purple. It's a purple one. To page, let's do that. So it's page 3 to page 24, including the additional information on organizational structure. So before the members ask the questions, please do again indicate where the page where you are asking from. Over to the Minister for the introductory remarks. And also probably if you want to, the HOD can say something before the members can be able to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Manbulele Sihlalo, ndibulele nakumalungu endlu. Chair, I'm not going to be long, because we have to deal with our trading entity, and we have to deal with the department in its whole. But Chair, firstly, I need to appreciate the opportunity for inviting us as the Department of Mobility and GMT to present our annual report for 24-25. I must say, Chair, 24-25 has been a very challenging year, yet exciting. On the side of excitement, we're able to continue with providing services in terms of the subsidized transport that we have in our province. We continue to serve about 230 commuters on a daily basis in the city of Cape Town, and we continued as well to transport 21,000 people using Go George in George, which is out of the metro, and also in terms of the non-motorized transport element that we are passionate about in the department, because mobility is not only about transport, it's also about cycling, it's also about walking. We have worked with Worcester in terms of infrastructure for NMT. We've also worked with Austin, and also in terms of our distribution of bicycles. As much some of us might perceive it as a small gesture, it is indeed a big thing for us because it deals with people that have never thought of owning a bicycle. Starting from Nelsport up to Bito, we're able to distribute about 385 bicycles, and we will continue doing that. And also, Chair, what is important is that we know there's an issue in terms of our vacancies and appointment of senior staff. There is encouraging signs. As I sit here on my right-hand side, from the 1st of August, I was able to appoint the head of department, and the process for the chief director, traffic law enforcement and traffic management has been concluded, and that individual will start on the 1st of November. And then from the side of the CFO and the chief director, GMT, and those positions are at an advanced stage. We will be having interviews in a few months, in a few weeks, and ultimately, when we get someone fit for purpose, we will be able to appoint an individual. But also, one needs to also take to cognizance that all the appointments are subject to time and availability of panel members. It is not within the space of within our power, but we try to expedite the processes. But we are going to appoint people based on skill, competence, and making sure that also we look in terms of our demographics within our province. Those are critical issues that we are going to consider. And also, Chair, we all know that the department was established in 23-24. This is 24-25. And I must say, I was not expecting that the department is going to get a clean audit, because I was cognizant to the fact that the department is new. We need to lay the ground. We need to put the foundation so that we are able to achieve the bigger picture of the Department of Mobility. And I must say, Chair, I need to congratulate and appreciate each and every individual that is sitting on my right-hand side and behind me and next to me for the work that they have done and able to achieve a clean audit in the second year of the existence of the department. It just shows that the department is actually on the right path. With those few words, Chair, I would just want to say thank you very much for inviting us. And hopefully our discussion is going to be very fruitful and encouraging, because what we want from the committee is for the committee to really support this department, because the work that they have, it's big. Because if mobility does not work in this province, and then the economy of this province and the economy of our country is going to come to a standstill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. As indicated by the Minister, I have been appointed since I joined the department on the 1st of August, but I'm very proud of the department that I have joined, because I would like to congratulate them for their clean audit in their second year of existence, which is a very brilliant achievement, and that I would attest to the fact that they've got a strong foundation for effective governance, service delivery, and organizational cohesion. And the department has been able to promote a values-driven culture, professionalism, and interdepartmental collaboration. All I can say is that I'm very happy to work with a team which is very professional, and they understand the processes, the procedures, and they are committed, dedicated civil servants. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Members, we can start. You can also include the opening remarks, questions if you want to be included. Can we start? So we are on page 1 to 24, including the additional information about the organizational structure. Okay, we've got Member Masipa, Member Van Wyk, Member Constable, and yeah. So 3 questions, please reflect in terms of which page where you are in, and also if there is no page, if, for example, from the remarks, you are welcome. Thank you. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. I must also just start by congratulating you, the Minister and the HOD and officials for achieving a clean audit. It's really welcome. We know that we don't eat clean audits, but clean audits translate to message to residents of the city of Cape Town or the Western Cape that we're using your money effectively, and well done on that one. The question that I have, Chair, is from, I've got a couple of them, but I just want to reflect on the 2 pages. One will be on page 13, and the other one will be on page 28. So page 13 talks about the impoundment fees and talks about your regulations, that you are regulated at national level. But at the same time, when I go to page, sorry, man, I think I mixed up the pages. Okay. Apologies. Page 31. Sorry, page 13 and page 31. So I think first I just want to understand the national land transport regulations. Am I correct to say that when you do all the impounding and so forth, the money that you collected about, on page 31, 453 million rands from drunken driving, blah, blah, all other, things that you had to do. Am I correct that this money will come to the province, or is it money that you collect for national? So if I'm correct, monetary value here is about 453,155,600. So that's what you collected. Yeah, that relates to just if you can just help me link the national land transport, whether the money goes into national kitty or money comes to the provincial kitty. That's the first one, Chair. The second one, there is obviously a mention in terms of page 8, where you mention minibus taxis received training. And then you go to page 28. Or you still on 24? Okay. Yeah, but they are kind of linked, if I have to say, so it's very difficult to just really ask it in isolation. So I don't want to, can I go ahead if you allow me, Chair?
Okay, in that case, we can agree that we do part A and part B, which is the general information and performance information, including the addendum. So page 1 to 62 then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry,
Let's be flexible, because I'll keep on saying stop. So continue.
Yeah.
Page 1 to 62. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So there's reflection that there was minibus taxi, but also on page 28, you talk about violence in the sector remain a big problem. The question really for me is that are there strategies or training that really talks to violent nature of the taxi, really in terms of your training? Have you really considered formulating training that will really help us to reduce tension, really resulting in violence, instead of really bringing each other, in a boardroom and address the problems? The last one, Chair, relates to page 29. I see the freight services being one of the interventions that you spoke about. And obviously, Minister just highlighted the importance of economy, making sure that we save drive the economy, we contribute to the economy. So the question really is, how is the port? What was the ranking, the latest ranking with regards to, obviously, we had really challenges with the port of Cape Town, which was number last. The last time we checked, I just want to know if you have got indication as to where is the port right now in terms of the latest ranking, in terms of performance and efficiency. Thank you, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thanks, Chair. I want to latch on to Member Masipa and just sort of ask a question around the very slippery areas and the tough areas that you're dealing with. One being dealing with rail freight, dealing with the PRASA aspect on passenger rail, and then also the port, because it's almost negotiations and discussions that have to take place quietly on the one side, but also very critical in terms of the economy and what challenges you are facing there and what progress, in a sense, that one is making. And also the question as to whether we are publicizing enough, having enough communication on the importance of these sectors and the importance of opening up these sectors to greater efficiency. Because I think that we need to get everybody behind that whole process to make it happen to the benefit of the economy and ultimately to the benefit of the citizen. So I'll stick with that at this stage, Chair. Thanks.
Member Constable.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the first question from my side, Chair, is in relation with what Member Van Wyk and also Member Masipa asked. Can the department please explain or expand on the progress made in the building of the good relationships between PRASA, the City of Cape Town, and itself to promote passenger rail? What is the detail? What is the content? How can we relate to that? Is it positive, negative? Are we stuck? Second question, Chair, is on page 7, specifically on the bragging rights of the MEC with regards to the bicycles. So my question relates exactly to the non-motorized transport, specifically for rural areas. MEC, you giving away bicycles, but it's a problem in the rural areas for children to ride those bicycles if there's no routes where they can ride on. Let me make an example. A child from Graceland in Beaufort West, you have to pass the N1 to go to school, either Bastiaanse or let's say Barnard or J.D. Crawford. So what are your plans in relation with giving the bicycles, but also providing them with the infrastructure in riding those bicycles? So my third question, Chair, is in relation with on page 16, it says, and I'm now at 4.5, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. It says, however, there was 842 irregular expenditure that relates to 23-24 and identified in 24-25. Can you please explain that? And how was the process in dealing with those irregular expenditure as a department? What is the actual procedure, and were there any disciplinary actions in that regard? This is the 3, Chair. I will come back for the other 5. Thank you.
Member Nganzu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think I must also once again congratulate the new HOD for her appointment. And we're looking forward to I have no doubt that you have the capacity indeed to deliver to the mandate of the department. Also, welcoming the report and few points to make, which will be on page 6 to 8, page 9, page 17, page 18, and page 23. I'll focus on those few pages for now. Whilst we note the clean audit report, it is important also to look at, yes, clean audit, and look at the extent with which the department was able to carry out its key mandate. In the areas which yourself, MEC, you outlined, which where one stand, there continues to be serious challenges despite the clean audit across, even in-house. And in-house, you yourself alluded to what we describe in the ANC as a chronic crisis of vacancies in your department, the challenges facing the taxi industry, the challenges facing the rail sector, the bus industry, and the conception of the bus industry or attitudes towards the developments in the rail, particularly PRASA. So all of this ought to be located within the broader context. Building on the point made by Honorable Constable here, I think it's important to welcome what could be described as a massive rollout of bicycles in the province. Can you see the ANC is commending that? What appears as massive rollout of bicycles in the province, and an attempt is made to cover all regions, or what could be called the countryside, the rural parts of the province. Why do we commend the department for this? The whole notion of bicycles was introduced in 2004 here, was launched here in Cape Town, or Tambo Hall, by the late Minister Dalaoma. And that there is continuity on that need to be commended, that you do not discard the programs you found in the department, including that particular one, which were inspired by Chinese on how they prioritize the non-motorized sector. MC, you make a profound statement of creating an integrated and efficient mobility system in the province. And once again, it's part of the continuity, from the government before you, which was also led by Jeff Radebe in particular. But we are deeply interested in this committee to get a concrete roadmap towards this. And in the meantime, made aware about roadblocks towards this, building blocks, sorry, towards this particular question. Another related question on again on page 6, relate to the question of the rail. We as a committee, we invited PRASA this year, sometime this year. They made their own presentation, quite excited in certain areas. And later you appeared. There is a service level agreement which was signed between PRASA and the City of Cape Town. And it was signed last year. And did not talk about it here. And given the fact that it's part of your space, have now been invited to participate and make meaningful contribution in that aspect, and also are part of the signatories now of the service level agreement, and what is now the general content of it. And that service level agreement, in our view, was kind of disputed, or they are hiding, as we argued that there were never even public consultation about it. So to what extent are you involved in that process? Again, Ms. Even in your overview, I thought that given, yes, we know that this report covers a particular period, I don't think we should wait for next year for us to get an understanding of the current moment in respect to the minibus taxi industry, and I think it would be important, to say, okay, there appears to be no concrete work which you are reporting about. On page 8, of which this is found in page 8, of which we don't see that evidence. Now, let me say, on the issue of activities, the developmental events, as one was reading, was deeply concerned about what could be described as a mix-up in respect to dates. If you go to from page 9 to page 13. Whilst you were still busy with 2025, January 2025, you see another, in a reporting about November 2024. I don't know what were the basis for, perhaps was that deliberate, or is that a writing style, or it was just a mistake? Let me see, on government activities, as far as I understand as a committee member, there are national and provincial calendarized activities, with the lack of a better word. What are those activities? One, it is the what? The Easter Road Safety Campaign. It is a launch of Transport Month campaign. In this report in particular, they not talk about the launch of the Easter Safety Campaign. They don't talk about the launch of the Easter Safety Campaign. What are the reasons for that? And anywhere, by the way, where perhaps maybe you'll help us. On proposed activities is page 16, but important, I'll take you to page 17. Oh, for this round, yeah. Okay. Okay. A statement is made here that the department has already communicated its intention to possibly introduce impoundment legislation to representative of public transport operators and will complete the regulatory impact assessment on the matter going forward. The objectives are outlined. I'm not aware about this as a member of the committee, right? But one has an interest. Is there a relationship between this impoundment legislation, envisaged impoundment legislation, and also the processes in the city of Cape Town currently underway regarding the bylaw on this question, which, as we speak, Let me just get to it now, Chair. Yeah? Short, okay. Yeah. Now, the bylaw on the impoundment, is there a relationship? Is there a relationship? Are you tailing behind MMC JP Smith, or is MMC JP Smith tailing behind the provincial government? And to what extent will this stabilize the sector? And I think you need to help us a great deal on that. Finally, page 17, Chair. I didn't want to come back on this part, but just finally. Okay, it's right.
Thank you. I think the reason that we have to say 3 so that they could be able to respond, because if you give them too much questions and then you end up not responding, what's the point? So I think for me, it's the before you answer is on the 28 related, page 28 on the universal accessibility services for those with a disability. You mentioned the dial right. You mentioned in terms of the George services, but noting, yeah, you have mentioned all of those. But where things are now in regard to the dialysis right service, because you are providing funding for that, and also at what extent that also you're expanding to be beyond Cape Town in terms of supporting, because the Antisara from Matsikama will also need to be supported, whether there is the dial ride or not, at what extent. And then the other part is your relationship with the municipality, because if you look at 28 at the bottom, support to municipalities, and then it goes to the next page 30 on the PRE entities. It also links to the one on the e-hailing services on 28. At what extent the role you play in assisting the municipalities in having their comprehensive integrated transport? Because whilst the municipality have got the responsibility to assist, for example, to give the licensing to e-meters and all of those. But you'll find that the last time that I asked the department a question, it was about there are many of the unlicensed or illegally operations in some of these areas. Yet you'll find that there are many that are on the road, but the last time that there will have been any license operations being given to the e-meter or e-hailing services, it will have been 5 years ago. City of Cape Town actually paused, you wrote it there, for almost a year when there was a whole lot of applications. Whilst we understand that you don't want to oversupply, but at what extent you assist these municipalities to be able to have the comprehensive integrated transport framework, which is some of them actually, it doesn't even appear in their IDPs. Because I've been looking at some of them where I say that why you keep on having these public hearings, and then when you look through in terms of the IDP, there's nothing about the transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions. And some of the questions has indeed been long, but I get the gist of where the questions are heading. But let's start with the first one. I've got competent CDs and acting CDs, and they will deal with the administrative issues that has been raised. But first, I want to acknowledge and thank Member Masipa for congratulating the department on the screen audit. And the issue of impoundments, I think the officials will deal with it, and the training. I'm going to give it to the department as well, but I also want to just lecture on it in terms of the MBT. There's always been a narrative that there might be hostility between us as a department and the minibus taxi industry. And I've refuted that narrative several times and many a times, specifically because of the role that the MBT plays in our province. If you look in terms of public transport, the majority of residents in this province are actually transported by the MBT sector. As much as there's a lot of challenges, we have read a lot in the media. Member Ngenzi was even in my office trying to intervene. There are challenges, and challenges has not only been coming from now, challenges have been there for decades. So now you ask yourself, what is your role as a government when your residents are highly dependent on this mode of transport to go to work? Do you look away, or do you keep on keeping on so that ultimately we are able to get to a level where there is peace, there is stability? And that's the stance that we are taking as a department. And Member Masipa, I must say, the training that we are giving, we are going to continue giving because of the bigger picture. And the summits that we are having in terms of peace, we'll continue having those summits because we understand that we have to keep on working towards a lasting solution. We need to capacitate the industry. And if you look into the archives, how the industry was established, you will find it's mostly people that were illiterate. And it's people that said, this is how we are we need to protect that industry, and we are going to do everything in our power. And just yesterday, we had a launch where on a program that is a minibus taxi executive leadership course, where some of the players in the industry are going to go for about a 6-week course in terms of leadership. That is our investment. And we're not doing that investment because it's a nice to have, because it's critical, because of the role that they play in our industry, and because of the challenges that we are confronted with. And in terms of the ports, the colleagues are going to speak about it. Let's go to Member Van Wyk. Thank you very much. You've outlined the rail, the ports, and freight, and that's why we decided specifically a month before we had Mobility Month that we just going to have a dedicated freight month, where we wanted to tell people that mobility is not only about minibus taxis. Mobility has different focus areas, Chair. But at most of the time, unfortunately, we spend our time dealing with one mode of transport instead of other modes of transport. So we are on that level where we are saying that we need to reach and show what challenges and opportunities that we have within the space of mobility. And then if you read in terms of the reports, what pilot projects we are undertaking in terms of the different, in terms of ports, in terms of rail, in terms of freight, and what role are we playing when it comes to the Port of Cape Town, together with the Department of Agriculture and with the Department of Economic Development. So the successes that we see and the improvements that we see in the Port of Cape Town, it's a joint effort, it's a collective effort between us as the government of Cape Town and our partner, which is Transnet and the Department of Transport. And also the relationship between us and the National Minister. I must be honest and say that there is a great relationship, Chair. We are at a level whenever there's an issue, when I'm confronted, when there was an issue in our province in terms of the minibus taxi industry, she was consistently calling me, asking me how you are doing. Is everything okay? What is it that I can do? Can I assist? And she's been doing her work. She's been doing her work behind the scenes and supporting the decision that I've been taking, because she understood why the decision that I've taken and for what it was. So the relationship is great. And Member Constable, we do believe that we have to, if we really want to serve our people to the best of our ability, we need to work with everyone. We do work with the city, we do work with National Department of Transport, and we do work with PRASA. But if you would follow what we have been doing with the Mobility Month, I took a ride with the regional manager of PRASA, specifically to support and acknowledge the kind of work that they have been doing in in recovering some of the, lines that has been damaged due to vandalism and all of that. And they are currently in the process of engaging on recovering those lines. And we have been saying from the side of mobility that we support your endeavors. Whenever there are challenges, when there are stoning of trains, we amplify the same message of saying no to stoning of trains, because we understand that rail must be the backbone of public transport. So whatever good intentions and efforts is done by PRASA, we are going to support that. So we do have a relationship with the general manager, and from my side, between me and him, we've got scheduled meetings where we engage, because we also have plans in terms of how we take rail in the province. And I must say, we've also from our side, within the next few weeks, probably before the end of the year, we will have to sign the MOU between us and PRASA, which identify the roles and responsibilities between the two entities. Because it's important that we have that, so that we can also see what is it that we can do from our side. Because currently there are challenges when it comes to the ticketing system. So we are saying once we are able to have that MOU, we are able to say to PRASA, we don't just want information. We are saying we can also tap into our own knowledge and systems and say, this is what we can assist you with, so that you can be able to move forward. Because when I got into the train, it was not nice to see people still chewing, to pay for their tickets. And it was a line. It's almost like there's a SASSA grant payment. And I said to the regional manager, these are the kind of things that we can't be chewing in this day and age. Yeah, but those are opportunities. I don't see that as challenges, but those are opportunities. Let's go to the issue of NMT. And I'm always honest and unapologetic when I always talk about NMT, that unfortunately or fortunately, we have a history in this country, and we cannot run away from it. When you talk about non-motorized transport, especially about cycling has always been perceived as a sport for a particular community. It is a reality, and you cannot shy away from it. So that's why when you go to Beaufort, where I was born and bred, that we give bicycles regardless of whether they are bicycle lanes. I agree with you. Those are same sentiments that I share whenever I deliver bicycles. Say, my concern is that I give a lot of bicycles as a department, but I'm still worried that there is less bicycle lanes, because your integrated development plans and your ITPs does not speak to NMT. So those are the kind of things that we need to change, and those are the kind of things that is work in progress. But nonetheless, it does not mean that we're going to say because there is no bicycle lanes, we are not going to give bicycles. So those are the kind of things that we are engaging with, and the department will elaborate in terms of what is our role when it comes to the ITPs. And also maybe they will share with you what is my thinking in terms of a shared service. Because what I'm currently sitting with now is saying, like, we need to come to a level where we have a shared service when it comes to issues of mobility, so that it does not end up by me employing member constable to develop the ITP. Once it's done, it goes away. And then the document gather dust. It's not reviewed. When it has to be reviewed, you come in. So what we are saying, we must look at a shared service model where we can have a warm body in the district. So when issues of mobility are dealt with, at least we know who to get, who to contact, and how to deal with it. Because there's a lot of things that we want to do in the space of mobility, but we will need someone that is, that is stationed in our districts, so that we are able to achieve our goals and objectives. In terms of the page 16, the official CFO will deal with that one. And then member Ngensu. So member Ngensu, Benson is safer then. So in terms of, we do have a provincial public transport strategy, which is in a draft format. And I think as soon as we are able to conclude on the drafting of it, it will be presented to the select committee, and then you can interrogate and before we get to the final version, D, I think we must bring it to the committee so that they can tear it apart and so that they can get our understanding and thinking in terms of public transport. And because it's important, Chair, that we do fix public transport in our province. I was just in Stellenbosch today, and it was clear that we need to fix public transport. And when you talk about public transport, it's not just minibus taxis. And when you talk about public transport, people perceive public transport as just being one mode of transport. You've got your buses, you've got your e-hailing, you've got your trains, and all of them have a part to play in making sure that they render a safe, reliable, and cheaper service to the residents of this province. But how does one make it possible for them to integrate? And how does one make sure that they complement one another instead of competing with one another? Because currently, there are fears that as we see the recovery of PRASA to what it used to be, we might see people acting negatively to the progress. Those are the perceptions, and we need to be honest with you. And we need to be prepared for such things. So if people understand that all of us have a role to play in terms of transporting people, that all modes has its own share in the market, then we are going to go somewhere. I won't deal with the issue of vacancies. I think there was an addendum, as the chair has said, and the work that has been done, it's an updated version of where we stand currently in that regard. And let's deal with the issue of campaigns. And we did have a launch for December. We had it in the West Coast. I come from the East, my apologies. In the West Coast for the December festive season. And before we actually engage on these big events, we always have our own engagements with the national minister and the deputy minister. And we talk, Chair, and say, are we going to have a launch or are we just going to implement? And if you follow that, some of us did not have a launch during the Easter because it was a sentiment that we're not going to launch anything, we're just going to do the work that we have done. By virtue of us not having a launch, does not mean that the work does not continue or the work is standing still. We still have boots on the ground. We're still roaming around, and the stats will tell that we saw a decline during our Easter period. And we are going to be having another festive season events. And we are also contemplating whether we're going to have a launch again. But I know I was hammered, the chair, for not having a launch during the Easter season. And unfortunately, I'm that kind of person that does not flash what I do on the ground on social media. It is unfortunate. While some of us are sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm on the ground. I go to bed 4 o'clock in the morning and then I have to wake up for 10 o'clock for another operations. That's the kind of commitment that these officials have in making sure that we bring down our fatalities. So by virtue of us not having launches does not mean that we have stopped working. And I just wanted to explain that. I think on the RIA process, maybe it's unfortunate that the word would come as impoundment, because Godfrey would deal with that one. Because when we dealt with this issue, it was not about impoundment. Because once we engage in a process of regulatory impact assessment, you want to see the outcome. What does outcome say? Because what we are confronted with, Chair, is in the province is that there's a lot of unroadworthy vehicles in our province. And as a result, it leads to people losing their lives. And then I said to the department, you guys need to go and see what is it that we can do from our side to make sure that the cars that are on our roads are cars that are roadworthy. It can be taxis, it can be buses, it can be private vehicles. And that's the process that we wanted to engage on so that it can come with recommendations on how we can actually better improve safety on our roads. That was the whole purpose of that. So if the process says, remember, Benson, that we must impound private vehicles who are not roadworthy, we are going to do that. And I need to say it unapologetically forward. When the residents of this province have been compromised when it comes to safety, I don't care where you come from, where you stay. If legislation has been put there to protect the residents of this province, I will implement. And you don't have to take my word for it. I closed the routes and lanes for 30 days. I took that decision. Regardless of who says what or what the implications of it. Of course, there are those that said your life is at risk. You need to have extra protection. I did not have extra protection. I stayed with the 2 protectors that I was given when I started in this office. And I'm going to end with those 2 protectors while I'm still in this position. But I'm not going to shy away when it comes to the safety of the residents of this province. If there's any legislation that we need to bring in for the betterment and the safety of these residents, we are going to come in. So I must tell you that I am not led by any sphere of government. I am not led by any sphere of government. I don't follow any member when it comes to my responsibility. But also I respect the processes of other spheres of government. If the processes that they are embarking on fulfills what I want to do as a Minister of Mobility in the Western Cape, I will support it. If it's all about the people of this province and the safety of the people of this province, I will support it. And also from the side of the city, there was an engagement with the minibus taxi industry because there was a concern. When the bylaw came out for comment, they called for a meeting. I must say, I commend the city of Cape Town for sending the chairperson of community safety, Councillor Umzi, for addressing the minibus taxi industry and listen to their concerns as to why the city is actually introducing this bylaw and what is it that is owed to achieve. There was that engagement, and the department was also present. So we do have regular engagements with the city in that regard. So the issue of bylaw, I'm not following anyone and no one is following anyone. We've got different spheres, we do what we need to do. All of us have one common role, and one common goal is to make sure that there's less fatalities in our province and there's safety and security. Chair, on the dial ride, I think we just had a conversation yesterday looking for the MTAG one engagement. What is that we want to do? And we are going to put our case in front because we believe that service is very critical. With the challenges that the city is currently undergoing in terms of finances, one is also appreciative to the fact that the Minister in the Presidency for Youth and People with Disability, there has been an engagement between her and Member Quintus on the issue of dial-a-ride. While they're having their own conversations from the side of mobility, we are also going to play our part. If we can get more funding to support, we are going to do that. But also, Chair, the challenge that we are putting to us is that the focus must never be always about the city of Cape Town or people in the metro. And we agree from the side of mobility. We help everyone because the province does not start in the metro and ends in the tunnel, like they say in Beaufort West. Because when I was in Beaufort West, I was told that we are glad that we are here. Now we can see that the province does not start in the city and ends in the tunnel. We are also part of this province. So that is our endeavor, Chair. While I'm still in this chair, that people that have never been prioritized, especially in the rural areas, that they get preference. and they're also brought to speed. And ITPs, D, you can just elaborate on that one. Thank you very much. That's from my side.
Thank you very much. Before I pass over to the department, I would like to also provide some clarity or some explanation to some of the questions. Starting with integrated public transport, there are a number of projects ongoing in the department in conjunction with the municipalities. And as explained by the minister, we were actually in Stellenbosch yesterday about non-motorized transport, but Deirdre, or Chief Director Operations, will give you more detail about all of the integrated public transport projects that's currently and rolling out in the province. In terms of rail, there is an MOU which we plan to sign with PRASA, where we are looking very much assisting them with security along the railway line, and also taking into account our role will be very much to ensure the first mile and the last mile access to the rail stations, so that there's safety, accessibility, and security, and also that people can access the railway stations at any time safely. We are also, in terms of the freight projects, there is the Upper Rail pilot project to connect agricultural hub of Caledon to Cape Town. We are actively working with the municipality on that one. In terms of freight itself, we have actually set up a PMU, Project Management Unit, working in close collaboration with Transnet Freight to find many ways where we can assist to improve the performance of a port of Cape Town, which has actually improved compared to previous years. According to the World Bank Container Port Performance Index, it has shifted up by 5 ranking in the last financial year, and its capacity to handle TEU has improved considerably. So these are some of the key things that we have done, but I'm going to hand over to Chief Director Operations for more details. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, Minister HOD. You know the department strategy is to summarize the questions and say who's going to answer. So in terms of the regulations and revenue retention, our CFO will deal with that, and the difficult irregular expenditure one. I will do the minibus taxi freight where, just to expand on what both HOD and ministers said, Advocate Reid will deal with the empowerment and the bylaws and our RIA process. Just to add, I think Minister did an excellent job. But there is sometimes the devil is in the detail. So in the order of CFO, myself, and then Advocate Reid, that's how we'll deal with it. I'll just hand over to Advocate Reid, CFO first.
Chairperson, thank you. Through you. Starting with a question on irregular expenditure. The question was more specifically in terms of the process. So this expenditure occurred during the 23-24 financial year, and basically there was a rollover into the 24-25 financial year when work was done, but outside the contractual period. So that 842,000 that you see is for that period of work that was done during 24-25. So what the department is required to do is conduct its own investigation, and basically that's typically done through the internal control unit in the department. They compile a report which is then submitted to the accounting officer to confirm that irregular expenditure. Chairperson, I know it's not part of these parts that we are looking at this morning, but obviously there's different references in the annual report. So if I can refer the member to, pages 15, that's where the question originated, and then also pages 126 and 179 for a bit of additional detail. So on the 15th of May, the accounting officer confirmed, 15th of May 2025, the accounting officer confirmed that that is irregular expenditure, and on the 16th of May, that application for condonement was submitted to the Provincial Treasury. We are still awaiting that outcome because they've got a committee that assesses that application, and then provides feedback to the department on the outcome of that. So why is it in the annual report for 24-25? Because we've got a requirement called events after reporting date. So from your reporting date, which is the 31st of March, up to when you submit the financial statements end of May, any events that are significant for the reader of the annual report and financial statements in this case needs to be disclosed. So in this specific case, it's a non-adjusting event after reporting date. So in terms of that process, I trust it clarifies the irregular expenditure. Then there was a question on impoundment fees, that amount that you see on page 13. It's 2.7 million. That forms part of the departmental budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then to deal with just to add on to what Minister said around the minibus taxi training approaches that we adopt. So when we've developed this training program, we look at the individual operator, we look at the leadership, we look at operations, we look at conflict resolution, and we do that for the grassroots level. So the drivers, sliding door operators. And then we look at the executive in terms of the leadership role that they also need to play. So we've extensively gone on conflict resolution training with the executive members of Santaco, the regional level, and the next phase of it will be to the executives of primary associations. We've had the Peace Summit where there was open dialogue around what are some of the core issues in the minibus taxi industry. And that's led to the outcomes of the workshop being staged approach in terms of the training, the skills audit. Sometimes we need to understand, empower people to do things differently. Yesterday, Minister launched as he said, the UCT School for Business. So 16 members of leadership will do a 6-month course there around systems thinking. It's like a mini MBA. So, when you know better, I feel you do better, Member Masipa. In terms of freight, HED said, there's been lots of improvement. We've gone up by 240 points in terms of the port index, the way we are measured. We are the best improvement amongst 20 other ports. We've also, to ensure that there's a stakeholder grouping that we've established, and we engage them fairly regularly to understand what is the bottlenecks you're experiencing. We've got the relationship, as Minister said, with Transnet, DOT, from a port management perspective. The lines of communication are now open, and we do that in consultation with DDAT. When it comes to NMT, so yes, we do provide the bicycles. It's something we're very proud of. But in addition to that, we work very closely with the municipalities. So a non-motorized transport plan is critical. You have to have a plan before you can implement. So we set out to do NMT plans for all district municipalities as well as some local municipalities. We have to prioritize where to put the infrastructure. So as an example of the school you use, Councillor Noble, will definitely prioritize the routes the kids take when there's implementation budget. We also want to now assist more municipalities with BFI applications. Just so that the bulk sort of infrastructure needs of communities outside of the metro is also considered. Then in terms of, Minister said, from an integrated transport plan perspective, our relationship with municipalities, we assist every district municipality to do their DITP, so District Integrated Transport Plan. The local municipalities outside of Stellenbosch, Cape Winelands, and George Municipality, they actually do comprehensive integrated transport plans like the City of Cape Town. And all of those feeds into each other. So the demand and supply test is done through that process, Chairperson. Unfortunately, surveying is very expensive to put surveys. The City of Cape Town tries to do it every 6 months. We aim to do it on a yearly basis. In George, it's a little easier because we can monitor on the ground all the time because of the systems we have. But all of this comes with cost. So we use the PRE staff as well to go to municipalities to, when it comes to adjudicating operating licenses, is to really go back to the demand and supply analysis, because they have to make the decision. Do they support the application or not? And the pre then adjudicates and issues. So we are also, in terms of the shared services model, looking to fund a position in each one of the districts, because outside of Stellenbosch and George, there is no municipality that has a dedicated official that deals with mobility issues. You either have the engineer that deals with the hard infrastructure, but nothing in terms of operations, and then you have the traffic department, that deals with the minibus taxi industry. And what we are showing them, that there is a bigger mandate that they have, and therefore we now want to assist from a capacity perspective in that way. So these are things we're putting through our MTech process, as ministers said. The dial ride, as Minister also said, Monday is MTech. It's the day on Monday for us as a mobility department. So we're putting in an increased request to assist from a dial ride perspective. We are taking universal accessibility very serious, Chairperson. When we look at our districts and our approach, like we've done with the Central Karoo and the Intertown Rural Services, UA becomes critical, because if you do it after, it's very expensive. If you do it from the start, you bring it into your design. So that's the approach. But all of this comes with hefty price tags. I think just in terms of our MTech requests on Monday, we are going to go in over the MTech with about 3 billion additional request, because this is implementation money. And implementation money, it's expensive, Chairperson. And all these needs are contained in the Provincial Land Transport Framework, and that is the guide to province. Whether you are at local sphere of government, you are one of our provincial spheres, and national. But once you sign, you've committed to what it is we've set down as the vision and what we want to achieve in terms of objectives. We then take it a step further, because that's provincial wide. The provincial public transport strategy then focuses on our department. So that's where we put our money where our mouths are. And we take that sort of approach through the MTF budgeting process. So PLTF is for everybody to buy into. The transport strategy is focused on the department. I think I'm going to hand over to Advocate Reid now, just to deal with some of the questions around the RIA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Minister and HOD. So let me just touch on, before I go into the RIA, just touch on the training that Chief Director spoken about now, and just give it a regulation flavor, where we have at the beginning of the period under review actually sent facilitators out to the 8 different regions of Santaku to train selected members in those regions in conflict prevention and conflict resolution. And we have hoped that those skills that were transferred to those operators in the different regions would make a dent in the violence that we often see in the minibus taxi industry. We have actually then realized that the numbers of people that we have trained might have been too few. And it's for that reason that we have in the new MTEF actually asked for more funds, so that we can train more of the operators on the ground and the leadership in the taxi industry in conflict prevention and conflict resolution. Then in respect of the regulatory impact assessment relating to impoundments, I must just latch on to what MEC has already indicated. And that is that the focus is not necessarily on impoundment itself, but rather on safety. Impoundment only being a mechanism to try and achieve that objective. Now, over the years, we came to realize that traffic fines alone does not necessarily change behavior or assist in ensuring that we have safer vehicles and roadworthy vehicles on our roads. Added to that, the manner in which the Road Traffic Act is written actually makes it very difficult for law enforcement officers to impound public transport vehicles. In fact, the only way you can impound a public transport vehicle is through the NLTA, and then there are limited grounds to impound those vehicles. The change in legislation which we aim to introduce at some point wants firstly to level the playing field so that we get rid of this divide between public transport and private transport, because already there are allegations from the minibus taxi industry that impoundments are aimed at them. And so the manner in which we want to introduce this new legislation is actually to make sure that unroadworthy vehicles, either public or private, are taken from our roads. There are also moving violations which we intend including, for example, reckless and negligent driving. Within the city, we struggle with street racing. And it's for that reason that the city has introduced a bylaw back in 2022 already to deal with some of the behavior by drivers on our roads. However, you will recall that in August 2023, we had a taxi strike in this province, and that taxi strike followed upon the city implementing that 2022 bylaw of theirs. Come 2025, the city has now chosen to amend that bylaw to include more moving and non-moving violations. And this is maybe what the member is referring to as the city's bylaw, but that what is currently in the news is the city's amendments to an existing bylaw. Now, what is the relationship between the province's process to introduce impoundment bylaw and the city's process? There is no link between the two. We do consult each other, but the city is an independent sphere of government, and so is the province. And while we consult each other, we do not interfere in each other's space, and therefore the city are within their rights to legislate through bylaws. There's only one constitutional provision, and that is that if the city does not have the constitutional mandate to legislate on some aspect, then they must get the concurrence from the Premier. The Premier has provided concurrence in respect of the 2022 bylaw. What the city has asked for in their request for concurrence was different provisions of that bylaw, but it excluded the provision relating to impoundments because the city's view is that they do not require or need the Premier's concurrence in respect of impoundments. For that reason, there were several sections of that bylaw that was not included in the list presented to the Premier. So there is then also a time difference here. We have commenced with our project to review and change provincial legislation with the aim of leveling the playing field. That process started at the beginning of the year under review. We engage the city, we engage the industry, and at some point, the Department of the Premier has actually asked us just to delay the process a bit. We have presented to Cabinet, and at the moment, we are considering our options as to when we will recommence that process, but it is independent of the city's process. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much for the responses. Members, now we'll take follow-up questions, plus also questions, any other questions. But now we expand it to, if you want the questions also to be in D, Human Resource Management, which is page 87 to 124, you are welcome to do so. So it's follow-up questions. It's the questions still from any of A, B, and then also D. You can be able to do all of those at the same time. Yeah.
Now, initially, we said must deal with party. And because of insistence, member no insistence, in part, yeah, member Masipa, it's fine. It's fine. Now, in part, I think it's the only one who was able to deal with part B, right? Now, some of us, for instance, myself, I'm still on part A, and the responses provided. In fact, I was not even finished, by the way. I was left with two.
You can do all parts.
No, here's the point, right? At the moment, I would like to still deal with part A and also follow up.
Okay, let me just rephrase. The department has responded to the questions. So you could make a follow-up. If there are any other questions that are in, you want them in A and B, you can still ask questions. But also, you could be able to do the part D, because remember, the others will have finished their A and B, but they're already on D, because remember, all these books, we already received them. So we don't want a situation where others who now have gone to D and then
really has shown that, you know, the work relation between city, province, and national, you know, was great in addressing the. I must say, welcome. The question, Chair, is really a follow-up. A note on page 44, if you go there. But before I go there, really also thank you for the question on around the empowerment fees and the clarity there. Page 44, the program 1. You have seen an increase in terms of your appropriation, call it double from 66 million to 132 million. What was the final expenditure was about 125 million. The biggest increase there is on corporate support. If you can really elaborate as to what was the reason for that increase of the corporate support. And going again on the programs, also the transfer, what page is that, 57 and 58? We have had a situation with the city of Cape Town, that there has obviously been an allocation of 10 million that has been transferred to Cape Town. The question is, couldn't that have been considered when you do the program 1 and so forth? City of Cape Town dial right, am I correct? Dial right. I know that you say you have got some plans to do, but I do think that that's an area that was probably oversight on the department in terms of transfer allocations. The other point, Minister, or is it Minister? I think it's Minister. You made a point around Stellenbosch. And if I look at the budget here of 628,000 of transfer to Stellenbosch, surely it doesn't align with what you have identified as the issues. So maybe the question is, what are you doing in terms of this transfers? Maybe, you know, there must be a definite focus on ensuring that this transfers, you know, get a bit of a boost. The other point, and really thank you on the question that you answered around the taxi colleagues. Really, my biggest concern is that, you know, charity begins at home. And I'm talking now with the taxi guys. You know, I do go to Nyanga, Langa, and everywhere. It's about the environment where they operate. You know, what kind of interventions are you putting in place in terms of training them and really empowering them to start with the areas where they operate, you know, in terms of caring for their own area, caring for their own environment, and really maybe, you know, some intervention that starts there. Because, you know, when they get onto the road, at least, you know, they can also be able to respect us on the road. Because really the taxi guys do not really care about, you know, us, you know, sharing the road with us, you know, in a respectable manner. You know, I know Honorable Ngenso might not be agreeing with me, but I think these are some of the intervention that I really would urge this department to really start working with them. You know, I was in Beverly yesterday. It was really heartening to see, you know, how the situation looks like, you know. So those are some of the intervention that I really urge this department to look at in terms of addressing that. Yeah, I think I'm covered, Chair. That's all from my side in terms of follow-up.
Thanks, Jay. I'm sort of moving on to road safety type of issues. Page 33, we deal with road fatalities. And the one, just looking at those figures, you know, there's commentary that's made obviously on the level of pedestrian fatalities relative to the total. But what I've just looked at is if you take out the pedestrians out of the figure and looking at, in effect, the moving results out of moving vehicles, the motorcyclists relative to the other deaths. You know, last year it was of the total deaths was 11.3 for other than pedestrians to one motorcyclist, and now it's at 8.4. You know, so even though the numbers are relatively low for motorcyclists, it's just indicative that there's an increasing tendency. And in a way, I'm not surprised because I make use of the N1 on a daily basis. And in that commute, the number of those motorcyclists that come through at speed are concerned. You know, so I suppose the question I'm asking is, you know, how does one pay greater attention to improving that the safety then on motorcyclists. And then if you move to page 53, looking at the number of schools that are involved in road safety education. And if I look at 23, 24, there were 256 schools, and the actual achievement this year was 217, which was below a bit of your target. And I would have thought that there's a need for emphasizing a lot more about road safety and that sort of education way. And, I noticed you at 6,292 in the past year. The previous year we were at over 9,000. And I must say, I'm surprised that it has gone lower, because I think my experience on the road has been that there are a lot of these enforcement operations. So maybe just some sort of comments related to that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'll deal with original questions on part A and also follow-ups. Maybe let me start with on page 17, gifts and donations received in kind from non-related parties. It is reported that no gifts from non-related parties, only gifts were for officials of the department. And it just ends there. It just ends there. Now, there is no explanation, and I think it's correct for the community to be taken in respect for the community to be taken in respect to the nature of the gifts and officials involved. If, for instance, you talk to us, we've got our own register, which is available, for all. But we'll appreciate, right, if this community were to have access and have an understanding of the nature and of those gifts and those who receive those gifts. Let me just quickly deal, Chair, with the follow-up, before the follow-up. Page 27, on subsidized bus services. Now, here we are told that you still Golden Arrow provided approximately 230,000 passenger trips per day. It's fine, the same as last year. Number of buses remains at 1,000. But in respect to routes, in the last financial year, right, routes were about 1,940, and there's a decline to 1,618. And nowhere where there is an account about this decline. Nowhere. So I think it'd be important that we be taken through. Right? Number of buses, the number of buses still remains the same and so forth. But in terms of there is a decline, what are the bases for that? Another question which I think is quite important is page 23, the organizational structure. We are told that there is an addendum or an annexure which we found here. And when I look at my emails, sometime yesterday it was said, unfortunately, I just opened my laptop now. One appreciates the process currently underway in respect to filling of vacant posts at a senior level. That we appreciate. And some strides, including the fact that one with an HOD and another official will assume his position or will start comments on the first. Now, one has no sense of the advertised or still under the process of shortlisting as to what extent will those address concerns raised in about 2 or so standing committee meetings, which talk to the issue of gender as well as the issue of the national question. Because if you look at the department, it continues to be male dominant, right? And also, there appears to be, in terms, well, if you appreciate the demographics of the Western Cape, that the color section of our people remains a majority, and followed by Africans and then whites. But if you look at the staffing, right? African section, the number of African sections, the same as the number of the few whites in this instance, which therefore want to establish as to whether has that been considered or not to ensure that transformation in this department is not then like an Irish coffee with sparkling chocolates, that there is fair representation in the department. Now, and what are the positions maybe ends in March? Maybe may just take us to about the most recent. But I'm interested in that. Finally, getting to your follow-up, Dudu. On the one hand, acknowledges the contribution of the minibus taxi industry in the Western Cape economy. On the other hand, it dismisses what he may insinuate as an overemphasis on this industry. And I see that as a contradiction. I see the contradiction and find that the latter part is what I think is in your mind and even in action, because nowhere but thanks to advocates' response in respect to some of the activities, but they do not find expression. They are not recorded in the major events we have had. Because what is contained in the report are major activities, unless any work in that sector is not a major work. Now, I have been making this argument. Maybe that is why member Masipa makes this particular point, that as long as perhaps you don't have a shared understanding of what we mean about the transformation or reforms in the taxi industry, and if you think that mere trainings are going to be able to change that, it's not true. The fundamental basis for taxi driver to jump robots, drive on the yellow lane, it is because they chase the number of trips because as they seek to augment their wages, because it's commission based. It's based on the number of trips you make. As you have a target, employer has its own target, and you serve a given target. So if we don't address that, then there is a problem. Another question which I think is quite important, Chair, you also, as a basis to deal with this competition, not competition within the industry, competition between the minibus taxi industry, Golden Arrow, and the rail. For instance, when Golden Arrow was here, they were saying, no, rail is going to collapse the industry because it's giving free rides on the basis that it's only 9 rand from Cape Town, and now it's 12 rand from Cape Town to Kraaifontein. And the problem with that. So I think I agree with the sentiments, but is there a plan? But again, ongoing industrial and also residential development, did the department meet with municipalities, and how many of those and what are those municipalities to establish the existence of their own plan for integrated public transport system as a basis to attend to the crisis, to the issue of operating licenses in this instance? Those are the questions which I wanted to raise as for follow-up at the moment, and I ended only on part A and only one question on part B. I'm still going to come because there are many questions which I just posed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Before the questions here, I just want to make a comment. I wasn't saying that it is not good for the department to distribute bicycles. The argument is the infrastructure with that. So that is my argument. So continuing with the distribution of bicycles is good. Into how do the children, and congratulations on that, MEC. And thanks for thinking about the central. No, you speaking too much for you speaking, guys. You speaking for the metro. Let me speak for my people. Then on page 31.
On a point of order, Chair, can we talk about the Western Cape in this committee?
The Western Cape is not only ending here at the tunnel. I mean the MEC metro. They are talking for the metro. I'm talking for the central government.
Can I raise a point of order on member?
Protecting me. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Member, no, we can't insinuate that member concept is a street committee of Beaufort West. It can't. It can't.
These people are listening because they are from Maryland. Chair, my second question is page 31 with regards to the challenges of the license card machines. How many driving license machines operate in the province? Is there a number for, and which mitigation measures were to prevent generation of a large backlog of driving licenses within applications within the province? Are we dealing with it, and how did we deal with it? Last question for this round, Chair, on page 65, with regards to your expanded public works allocation, 65. With regards to your...
It's for Scopa.
No, 65 is still B.
It's a C, it's a governance. It's a Scopa.
Then I have the wrong book. 65 is still B.
Okay, what is the heading? Oh, you are on the
I'm on the conditional grant
book. Oh, you are in the E1. Okay. So what was the heading?
It's a conditional grant table 27, conditional grant expanded public works.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So you're quoting the E. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Continue.
Can I continue? Say there was a allocation received of 2.4, and the expenditure they spent 1.6. So the reason for the underspending was the late allocation. So that's fine. And then there's two other reasons: threats of extortion, and the other one is the non-compliance with regards to COIDA, UIF. Can we maybe have clarification on that one? Why is that a reason? Why was there no compliance? Who is dealing with that non-compliance issues? And what was the disciplinary procedures with regards to that? Because someone needs to be held accountable when it comes to underspending. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just add? It's mostly the follow-ups from the colleagues was that actually made me to look at some of these questions. Member Noko speaks about the whole issue of the violence and the environment, because it is the role of the state with its partners to make the environment safer for not only for commuters, but more specifically in terms of the friendliness in the taxi industry and so forth. But for me, it comes out to there was one time where there was a I'm not sure it was a campaign, but the people were more pushing, or were the role players was the Santaco Women's Desk. I'm looking at you, Didi, because you are aware of this. So there was a women's desk of Santaco, where they ended up producing a safe mini bus taxi charter, which includes about speak out, and then they will have, I'm not talking about the blue dot, but there was, I used to be a feminist then. which is I participated at the time. But there was that because I get reminded because it came up at the South African Transport Conference, where they were showcasing the work that has been done, a pilot that has been done in the Western Cape for creating a safer environment, but more specifically for the gender sensitization of the drivers of the minibus taxi. So at what extent where things are now, in regards, I see in terms of what is happening in the operations on the Shayela, all of those. But as we know that the transport industry is patriarchal and also with a high level of toxic masculinities. So at what extent now you go back in terms of that chapter, working with the Santaco women's desk in regard to that part? I don't out of this. And also in other departments, I'm very much aware, as like, for example, local government, where they work with their councillors in terms of the gender sensitization and so forth. And then the other part is that I'm asking for is about the members, about the issue of you cannot have an excuse for not bringing more bicycles because there's no infrastructure. Probably the argument from the department may say that no, it's not necessarily our core mandate for the actual infrastructure. But when I page the actual infrastructure, but when I page through, I cannot remember which page, there was somewhere in Cape Winelands structure, although it's on the structure, although it's on the school, thing is with the infrastructure. School thing is with the infrastructure. Therefore, it means that one can argue you could be able to take some of the portions of where you are providing bicycles, specifically like in the area of the Beaufort West. And then on page 39, it's a congestion. There was something about where you are providing extra bus, or something about there's a scheduled bus services for the Greater Cape Town Metro to address the continued congestion challenges during morning and peak hours. So are you saying that you have asked, is it Golden Arrow or whoever, to provide or is gaps? So extra bus for such, in which areas where you have providing the extra bus, but also noting that all the areas are congested. So if you are doing it in the southern, you might probably have to do it in the northern and all of those where things are. And then on page 53, I think it links up with, there was a question from the member Van Wyk on that page 53. But for me, it's about, I think I've also highlighted this in some other departments, more specifically on the SCOPA side. But I understand how the game is being played, because if you look in terms of the 338 on the provincial indicators, the 2022-2023, the indicator specifically on the number of traffic law enforcement operations conducted, it added up to be actual performance. It was 9,000, 2022-23. And then 23-24, it goes to 9,016. It went down by maybe 900. And then your target for 2024, it goes to 4,000. It's half of what you have been achieving. Like you are targeting for 2024, 4,000. Yet previously you were in the 9,000. And then you go down and then you target 4,000. And then you achieve 6,200. And then you said, yeah, we have overachieved. Yet you reduce your target by half. So those kind of, sometimes one argue that is because there will have been a drop in the budget. But for half, you cannot have been for 2 successive years, you always have been the 9,000. Now, when you plan for the indicator for the current budget year, you don't even say maybe 6,000, you just say more than half. And then you say we have overachieved. Then we look at that, and then what was the reason for even for setting for such a lower indicator when we have achieved quite a lot. And then lastly, on page 57, the transfer to municipalities, member Noko did talk about was fighting Stellenbosch. He's fighting for Stellenbosch when member constable is fighting for Beaufort West. But for me, the point is about what criteria there are municipalities there that are not included. I've seen the district municipality, it's no longer Eden, by the way, it's a garden route. But the point is about we have got all these municipalities that we have selected. What criteria to use municipality? Because I want to bring my municipality of the Antisaras, for example, the Matsekama. Why not Matsekama? Why not Bergrivier? Why only these? And if you look in terms of these are actually more well-to-do when it comes to their economy. So you are bringing a lunchbox to a buffet where you'll find that there are others who probably might need this kind of service. So what criteria is being used to bring these services and transfer the monies to these municipalities? Thank you very much.
The advocate, just on this question of safety, which I appreciate, whilst in the document, what is elevated is the impoundment. Now, and you argued it. If you look at the financial report, if you look at the annual report of the last financial year against the current report we're busy with, there appears to be a decline just on three, right? Just as a sample. One, on unlicensed vehicle, they declined unlicensed vehicle from 86 to 83. Same as on overloading, same as on failure to display licenses. Now, is it not too quick to apply more measures which could be described as more punitive to road users once they're already current system? Have you given the current system sufficient time? Because what we must always avoid is punitive measures on the question of safety, right? So impoundment, which is a consequence, in larger degree is punitive. I am for safety, I agree. But given the reports and the trends and patterns, what one sees as a decline, is it not perhaps a rush? Can we give the current systems space and monitor them and take it from there? Thanks.
Just for fairness, probably, because now you took an extra bite. Can we just get done giving one member just one question to get done with this process? Because we're still gonna go to the GMT. So we want to, once they answer this, we just take a break and then we come for the GMT. Can we finish, give an opportunity, one member to finish this part? And then if you are, let's just do this. If you've got anything in A, B, and D, so that the department can just answer, and then we just take a break, and then we come back for the GMT. Thank you. Before we start with you, is because you already have another bite. Before we come to, is there any? Nothing from other members? No, we are coming to you because you remember you just took a bite now. Remember, no, Masipa?
Chair, on a serious note, I did make a note here on page 16, the key proposed activities. It talks about rural communities, reliable transport, which is vital. I just want to welcome that initiative, but if maybe, the department can just provide a little bit of details with regards to that. In support of Honorable Constable, that's always, fighting for one Western Cape, not the whole of the Western Cape. I do support the reliable transportation mode in the rural communities, and I thought it's key that we just get some details in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
In my understanding, right now we're now dealing with D, and then come back and dealing with GMT and not reverse again.
We will be done with this, and the PO has just confirmed that there is no member of the public for the presentations. And therefore, it means once we go for a break for a tea, we're done. We put this book aside and then we take the GMT book. So that's why we say now, please, any other questions in this ABD, so that when we come back, we just do the GMT.
All right, thank you, Chair. Then I will ask just a broad question. And I think we had a discussion last year also when we get to your utilization of consultants. Chair, I think it's important for us to understand what are the real reasons for the use of consultants vis-a-vis the employment ratio. Also to understand how long did we use or are we using this consultants? I mean, it's 65 million a year. What is the skills transfer, specifically in the department? Who is monitoring that? Can we have a report with regards to that? And how do we scale down on this? Is there a plan? Is there a succession plan? Because having lots of vacancies in the department, but still use consultants, that's a problem. We are preaching as a problem, we're preaching to municipalities to scale down on the utilization. Yet we up our use of consultants. So if there's an explanation and if we can touch on that, and maybe at a later stage come and present specifically what those consultants are doing. Is there a report? What is the report? Is there value for money with regards to that? Thank you, Chair.
Member Ngensu, your two questions.
Amkhumbuzi na kaloku I'm sorry, le nto yamvaka ethetha kako. Now, Chair, I'm taking you to page 89 to explore this notion of wellness. And we know, all of us, the fundamental content, what it represents and seek to achieve. Read that with understanding, clarity, and with purpose against what is contained in the report on aspects such as resignation, incapacity, and sick leave. The rate of resignation, the rate of incapacity, those incapacity leave, the rate of sick leave. On resignation, as I argued earlier, it appears that there is an increase from 44 in the last annual report to 51 currently. Now, take one level, which from the past financial report, according to my reading, was a problem, is level 6 to 8. What is called highly skilled production. In the last financial what? Year, 2022-2024, there were about 556, and currently 613. If you go to the question of incapacity, last financial year, 33 jumped to 65. Same level or category, 6 to 8. What is behind this? What is behind this crisis? I describe it as a crisis, MEC, with due respect to Mr. Glonas Makwedebi, as a crisis. What is behind it? Does this perhaps, please don't take it defensive, does this perhaps suggest toxicity, in particular in this category? Now, one is deeply interested to understand, and I'm not going to talk about issues we ventilated on last year, and some of the workers were victims of this. Again, on the question of consultants, and I think Honorable Concept is correct. We raised this issue, and we call for the why till today is the program perhaps for the building of the in-house capacity. You know, to save state resources, but because already you use consultants, one is deeply interested in the ownership of the consultants. Who are these consultants? And what is their profile? How many are Black owned? And all of us, the universal definition of Black ownership, what do you mean by that? You know. And finally, you have a branch in Vredenburg. A reports that the provincial traffic in Vredenburg has a security. And what is the state of that security company guarding that? So, and the name of the security company, which I think is important to raise, is Johnson and Family. And it may cause problems because we are told workers haven't been getting their salary. Yes, they are contracted by Mobility. Is that company paid by Mobility or not paid? And maybe there's a basis for them not to pay those salaries of those workers. And we are told that it's Vredenburg, they're guarding Vredenburg as well as Beaufort West Provincial Office traffic. So those are the issues on Part D I wanted to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've seen some positives in this tabling of the reports, and I just want to highlight the positive. With regards to your collection of 455 million, I think it's a big positive that we must compliment you. But the question that I have got that I just wanted to ask, Chair, is are we seeing revenue from Uber coming through? Because I do know that this there's been quite an outcry with regards to license approval and processes. You know, I'm just imagining if we are able if you are able to collect that amount of money, what this amount will look like when you come back next year, when you come to table this, and if there are any plans to just make sure that you speed up the processes and you are able to collect all the revenue that you need from these operators that are operating throughout the province. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD Minister, is it possible to answer these for until 11? The reason for that, we also want to break it with the GMT. There are two things. There is a road traffic, closures, which impacts on some of us who are the members of the scope, because the scope is going to be virtual. So we want to be seated and be out of traffic by that time. Plus also, it's a Friday. We do know in the Western Cape that we have to also accommodate those who have to do the prayers during the period of the land. I do know that this is a priority, but I'm just saying. So if you could have the responses just for an hour until 11, and then we take a break, and then we come back for the GMT. Thank you very much.
On a lighter note, Chair, the ones that I closed, it's been open, so I'm not responsible. Now, let's start with the congestion one. And I think the officials are going to expand on that. And we are doing a lot of work because it's an issue for all of us. And if we don't deal with this elephant, we are going to find ourselves in a very compromised situation. Because, Chair, I know at times when you get to caucus, you always take a jab at me and say, oh, I was in traffic for 2 hours, that's why I'm late. So I understand the importance of dealing with the congestion in our province. And that's why when we started our mobility month, we started with congestion. And just now in the week, we had another conversation about congestion. And when we close mobility, we are going to speak about congestion. So those are the kind of things that it's important that we need to deal with congestion in our town and find plans. And some of the questions is going to be dealt with by the colleagues due to time. In terms of the backlog, I can report that in terms of the issuing of driver's license cards, we have seen a lot of increase. As much as the backlog is still there. There's a weekly report that we get, and if you want information, I think Randall is not here, or we can respond to the latest stats that we get on a weekly basis to say how we are trending in terms of that. And the issue of gifts to officials. Yeah, when I spoke to the head of ministry, I said, for me, I would want to bring in a policy, Chair, that says no one receives gifts in my office, in my department. 0 to gifts. I said, no, that you're going to be, it's unfair and all of that. Because I did not want to have unnecessary focus on us as individuals compared to the work that we do as a department. But as we stand, there is a process, there's a procedure and process when officials receive gifts, where they have to declare, and then someone is to sign and acknowledge that. It's the same with me when I receive gifts. So I need to declare so that it's put on record. So every gift that we get from anybody, it is recorded. But it will be ideal, colleagues, say like just not gifts, no gifts for anyone. You don't accept anything. If that would be great for me. So that's something that I might be looking at. Maybe when I deal with the HOD as a performance agreement, I can actually put that one in so that we can deal with it. Because it's unnecessary. We don't want to. There's a lot of things we are dealing with. The subsidy or subsidization of minibus taxis, that's a debate that has been coming for years. And that debate is going to continue for many years. Up until national comes to a level of saying how we are going to deal with the issues of subsidy for the minibus taxi industry. And I believe that's why the minister is actually looking at the current grants that has been given to the different modes of transport, whether she is getting value for money. So probably one day we are going to get to a level where we also look in terms of the minibus taxi industry. But I know that the minister is really passionate about it and she wants to do it. Irish coffee. That's what I got the last time I appeared before for a standing committee. And I don't get offended by such remarks because it does not matter for me. Because I believe that if you are competent, you can add value to this department, regardless of where you come from, or regardless of which color of t-shirt you wear. You go through the right processes, which I'm not involved, that the competent people that are involved in, you get appointed. And also that's why you'll find that for the chief director, traffic management, when I first came into office, that process had unfolded, and I had just to approve the recommendation. I said I'm not going to approve the recommendation. It was the same with the CFO. There were two positions that I said I'm not going to approve these positions. I want to re-advertise. I re-advertised, and I still felt I'm not going to appoint. And then satisfied that the person that we're going to bring in from the side of traffic law enforcement adds to our values of opportunities for everyone, regardless of where you come from, as long as you got the skill and capability. So when she's appointed, I can share with you, she's a female and she's a person of color, if that's important to you. So we are, because as a department, we've got equity, a target that we need to, as a government, and we believe in in an open opportunity society for all who are capable and then they can do the job. But also we're not going to appoint a person for the sake of trying to meet equity targets, and then we end up not achieving our goals as a department. If I get wallop for that, it is all right, it's fine. But I'm not going to be compromised performance. Let's go to the issue of fatalities. And Member Van Wyk, I had a conversation in Stellenbosch, and this was a question: how does one define success when it comes to traffic law enforcement? Does one define success by the virtue of how many people we have stopped and how many traffic fines we have issued? Some of you might say that's how one defines success, because you've stopped so many people. So for me, I don't focus on the number of people that we stop, because for me, how I measure success in terms of traffic law enforcement is based on if I stop 100 vehicles, all 100 of them must comply to the rules and regulations of our roads. That is the target. It's not how many people you stop, how many DUIs do you have. But for us to get there, we need to deal with the element of human behavior, driver behavior. Those are the challenges that we are confronted with. We are promoting cycling on the other side. When they cycle, they get stoned, they get robbed, and we have to put resources to make them safe. So the more you want to promote things, people on the other side make it difficult for us as a department. And it's because of what? Behavior of individuals. So one appreciates the comments in terms of the numbers, and we'll continue having targets. But ultimately, what we want to achieve, we come to a level where we report to you, we have 0. But currently, we don't have 0. So we still have to deal with the issue of human behavior. That's why you find the element of our process in terms of RIA. Let's go to budget. Remember, my SIPA always it's always, if one can give more to the other one and give less to the other one, we will always do that. But unfortunately, we all know, ons is dun gesaai, geld is net nie daar nie. We can only give that we can give. But if we can, then we will do from our side. Then let's close and the rest, colleagues, you can deal with. The issue of minibus taxi industry and the environment and charity begins at home and all of that. And what I would want to say, I appreciate the effort and strides that has been made from the side of mobility, specifically when we deal with the minibus taxi industry. I really appreciate that. And I've said it yesterday. And I can share with you, colleagues. I took my speech and I put it aside and I spoke out of from my heart. And when I was done, some of the people felt like that I was unprofessional. The tone that I used was not right. It's fine. It's fine. But also the industry must also come to a level of understanding that it is not acceptable when people die and we just release a media statement that says, I condemn from the side of Santaco. And then we send our condolences and life goes on. It is totally unacceptable. If people are not serious about saving lives of the same people that sustain their livelihoods, they won't find audience with me. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say something else in the media, and then when I'm behind closed doors with the industry, I say something else. I'm not going to be that kind of person. And I'm saying to my team as well, I'm not that kind of person. If you work and you are committed in finding peace and stability in the minibus taxi industry, I will embrace you. But I'm also not going to allow people to take me for a fool, where I have to say things that I don't believe in, because I don't feel people understand the importance of what is currently taking place. People are losing breadwinners, and for us, it's okay. For us, it's a norm, it's continue with life. It can never be. But also what is also positive about it, there are those that are really honest people that want to earn a living in the minibus taxi industry. Ours is to make sure that we support them. And you're not going to be deterred by the ones that don't want peace in the industry. We are not. As much as people will disagree with our decisions in terms of how we handle and deal with the industry, it's okay, it's fine. But for us, it's not about trying to find relevance to them. Ours is the commuter, the one that does not have an option to have a car to get to work, who's depending on its mode of transport, but who's always have the fear of not returning home alive to his or her family. That's why we are doing the work that we're doing with the minibus taxi industry. So, colleagues, we can be crucified on our stance. We don't care. We will deal the way we deal with the industry because we know why we are doing what we are doing. It's for the commuter that does not have a choice of getting another mode of transport to get to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for providing clarity on most of the questions. I think if I can touch a bit, but then I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. On the wellness side, we take it very seriously. It is very concerning that we have a high level of attrition rate in the department. And as you've rightly pointed out, it's mostly level 6 to 8, and it's mostly within our traffic law enforcement officials. So we are looking at each and every case that comes to us and try to arrest the case before resignation happens. We are trying to do as much proactive engagement as possible. For example, we've got our chief officials who are in constant communication whenever there is an issue and we feel that the staff morale is low. Another plan in the process is about having a wellness clinic on site, but it's still very early development. So, but my traffic chief director can provide more details on that. In terms of backlog regarding cost production, I think according to the latest one I received, it was sitting at 29,480. And we think we are actually progressing very well on that aspect. We should be able to address most of it by end of December, beginning of January. Yeah, so I would like to hand over to the other colleagues to give more details. Thank you.
Thanks, actually, through you, Chairperson. CFO will speak to the appropriation question from Member Masipa on page 44. I will deal with the transfer amounts to Stellenbosch and are we having just add on to what Minister spoke about. I'll also then deal with the intertown rural solution that is expressed in the annual report. I'll ask Director Feni if she can just deal with the road fatalities and the stats and the approach and the vehicle stopped and checked and why that change has been done. Between the CFO and myself, we'll deal with the consultants, as well as we will bring Shoba in terms of the services rendered from a security perspective in Beaufort West as well as Laingsburg. And then I will deal with the Sintaka Women's Desk question posed by the chairperson as well. Thank you. If I may just clump my responses and then the CFO will take it from there. Just in terms of the Sintaka Women's Desk chairperson, so what we established this year following from the transport conference is following from the Sintaka National Women's Desk approach, is we called a women's forum. We asked every one of the 8 regional committees in the province to identify 4 women. We brought them together and we spoke about what is the core issues in the industry from an operations perspective, but also from a commuter perspective, and how do we assist. So there was the idea of establishing the women's desk in Sintaka, Western Cape. What they asked is that this is an election year that we're currently in, chairperson. So we've just finished the last regional elections. So all 8 regions have now gone to elections. They will then hold their provincial Sintaka election come February, March. And they said out of the new leadership that's established, they want to then make the Women's Forum, or they're calling it the Women's Forum and not the Women's Desk. And they're going to establish it as a institutionalized team that will deal with all GBV, but more focused on the commuter, the passenger, and the special needs of your more vulnerable, so your women, elderly, etc. So are we looking forward, and we are making sure that that happens. It's part of our timeline. Then in terms of the limited transfers to municipalities, so the 668 for Stellenbosch is for them to do the integrated transport plan. So it's not implementation money that is specifically focused on the ITP, because if you don't have your integrated transport plan, your implementation may not be focused in the right areas. What we have done is part of the congestion work, and it's called the Park and Ride Congestion Alleviation project that we're doing. But we're starting in Stellenbosch because Stellenbosch is a really nice defined town. In terms of the CBD, we look at the congestion levels there. We had the symposium, as Minister spoke about. So we've put in a budget, a business case to our provincial treasury. We will work with the Stellenbosch municipality as well in terms of funding the plan now. The idea is to have park and ride facilities and for people to then be shuttled into the town. Because within Stellenbosch itself, congestion is really impacting the investment going into the town. There's just most of the walking distance within Stellenbosch. It's like I would say within a 5 to 6 kilometer radius, you can get from the university to the CBD, to your restaurants and opportunities and churches and that. I'm talking about the CBD. That's comfortable walking distance, and a lot of the students are in one occupancy vehicle. It's crazy. They're young, they should be walking or cycling, chairperson. So that plan is in place. It's now getting the funding to implement it. So that's, and we won't necessarily always see, you won't see big transfer budgets to municipalities. So we assist them with the design. from an infrastructure design perspective, we spoke about the issue around the fact that what is our mandate, Chairperson? We can assist municipalities. So we can do the design on their behalf. We can do the construction on their behalf. They need to just request it. And a lot of the times they request it through the ITPs. So the mandate is not an issue. It's generally a lot of the time it's the funding. Then from the minibus taxi behavior, Minister covered a lot of the concerns around the minibus taxi industry. But just to tell Member Nagensho as well, that we have this Shaila Smart program that we developed with Sintaka and the City of Cape Town. And it's more than training. It tackles operations. It's how do you deal with the operations differently, so it's more efficient. It also looked at all the PTIs, and PTIs are very expensive. Sorry, public transport interchanges are very expensive to upgrade. Just the City of Cape Town's Wynberg rank would cost about R500 million to upgrade to the state it should be. They are busy with station deck now and making the services more efficient from an operational perspective. So we look at training in this program, we look at infrastructure, dedicated lanes. As an example, you know, may have it inbound, but you don't have it outbound. So we're working with industry on that. So it's infrastructure, operations, training, the whole package. In terms of our minibus taxi interventions. From the consultants, I'll start, and CFO can always chip in if he wants to. So we have an organizational design. I think we spoke about it in the last committee sitting, where it hasn't been re-looked at in 15 years. And then we had Refresh, which now sort of took a branch from DTPW, some people from human settlements, and that became the Department of Mobility. At this point, we are just over 30% vacancy rate, and we don't yet have a fit for purpose organizational design. One example, Councillor Noble, is we don't have any occupational specific dispensation posts in our department. That's where how you attract engineers. Our levels in terms of, you know, from a compensation perspective, the city pays better. A lot of local authorities pay better. So we do lose, not only traffic loses their offices to the city and to some local authorities, but we, from an occupational, professional perspective, like engineers, lawyers, I don't think we've ever, besides our CFO, managed to recruit a chartered accountant. Because the salaries are no longer competitive. So we've now gone through this process where we work with corporate services through, and doing our organizational design so that we can attract the right kind of skill set into the department. Does that mean we're never going to use consultants? No. There is consultants and skills that you'll never be able to attract permanently and retain permanently. And it doesn't make sense to retain them permanently, so you do it on an ad hoc basis when the project requires that kind of skill. There is transfer of skills, but there's also something I do need to say. If your structure is not right, you don't have your registered engineers in your department, do you then transfer the engineering skill to an economist? I mean, it's a silly example, but that becomes our reality. So we need to focus on our organizational design whilst getting the jobs done. With the vacancy rate that we have, it's like one person doing 2.5 people's work right now. So we have what we call capacity consultants. There is a list, members, with their triple BE rating scores, is all of that. I'm sure that we can provide that to the committee. And then in terms of, yes, now the follow-up was around Vredenburg and Beaufort West. Intertown Rural Solution. It is Laingsburg, Marysville, Prince Albert, Beaufort, and then the commute around that and the smaller little hamlets in between. So we've worked with the ward councillors, we've worked with community organizations in the towns so that we can understand the movement. We do surveys, we've done surveys now, we finalized it. We want to understand how do you prioritize the kind of services people need and when. So what we've designed now, it looks like it's going to be a 3 times a week scheduled service. I don't think it requires a full-time 7-day-a-week service. And we are also going to schedule it according to when do people go for SASA, when do when do they need to get to clinics, when do we also even looking at the Department of Health. Sorry, I forget the new name. Health and wellness. I mean, the outpatient service, that happens once a week, sometimes once a month, dependent on the outpatient requirement and the schedule. So we're looking to support them through that process as well, Councillor Noble. Sorry, I'm really trying to rush this now. So the next questions is around the organizational design, recruitment. We have a schedule. We work with CSC as to when posts are going to be advertised, the duration, in terms of from advertisement through to shortlisting. But I do want to say that even at CSC, there is capacity challenges because they deal with a lot of departments. We try and deal with it within a month when it comes to us for shortlisting. But then, like Minister said, getting panels together is also challenging. But that schedule we have, and we're happy to provide it to the committee. We have an employment equity plan. I think Minister touched on that, Member Dekenshu, and we understand and we're serious about the targets. But we can't force people to apply, number one. When the people do apply, we have a very set process, as you know. The employment equity plan is there. We have to be accountable and transparent when we say these are the individuals that went through the process, race, gender, all of that. And then we have a panel that scores. And it's about fit for purpose for the job. But Minister also add, if there is, remember, employment equity is people need to be on par in terms of the recruitment process. And if it's a person of color, that is the person that you then focus on. But in terms of the actual abilities shown through the recruitment process, that's where we have to pay attention. I'm going to ask CFO around the appropriation amount on page 44 and then Shoba to deal with the security company.
Question through you. The question that was asked on page 44 is the big jump in the appropriation between the 2 years. Taking into consideration that administration program 1 was in a management arrangement for the first 6 months of the comparative year. So you would see the totals for that table, 66.6 million for the comparative year. And then that literally doubles up to 132.6. And if I just look at the type of expenses that went through, that the department from the 1st of October 2023 had to budget for itself and basically fund itself is, for example, audit fees. In the comparative, it was 700,000. In the year under review, it's 7.7 million. And the same can be said with cost of employment. So if you take those two amounts alone, then you basically get to that movement for the year. Then there was also a question about the EPWP and the consequence management pertaining to that stemmed from page 60. It's not within the department. So what we are referring here, non-compliance, is actually with the participants of the EPWP. So there are certain conditions attached to actually being signed up as an EPWP participant, for example, QUEDA registration, UIF registration, etc. And that has to be done before we can actually affect the payments to these participants. And that, if there is no compliance from a participation perspective, it does have an impact on the delay of the transfers that way. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to ask Antoinette to also deal with the traffic.
Chair, with regards to your question, there was 3 TLE operations and the reduction. However, it wasn't reducted, it was reduced, it was actually shifted because on national level, in terms of indicators, they only deal with speed and drunk driving. The province has realized then that we need additional operations to focus on public transport, etc. We took that other half that we reduced in that too, and then we moved it to TLE operations to focus holistically on all operations. We've also added that as a provincial indicator. Your second question was with regards to the motorcyclists. So we have become aware that it's becoming a vulnerable road user group. How we noticed that is in the last one year and 6 months, there was almost like a 30% increase. We then had specific operations to address that, and over the festive season, in our festive season plan, they targeted operations just to focus specifically on motorcyclists and fatalities. Another one is we realized during festive season 2024-25, the impact of high visibility and selective law enforcement operations. So you will see there's a decrease in terms of our performance because we started to focus more on omnipresence of safety as well as having less static operations. Thank you.
Apologies. If I can just address the question regarding security. So there's some fundamental challenges with the appointment of Johnson Family Group. So at the outset, there was a name change, and the department obviously had to now engage, and we had to conclude a service level agreement. However, being that as may, the Western Cape Mobility Department is paying the service provider, so we have that obligation in terms of the contractual obligation for payment. But we must at the outset just be mindful that any obligation with the service provider and whoever they recruit is their obligation. We don't have a tripartite agreement that we will undertake to make sure that the security guards get paid. So some of the challenges with this particular contract is that Johnson Family Group have been engaging with the bargaining council and with the union, because the security guards that are situated in Beaufort West and in the Friedenberg TLEs are wanting to be paid the PS0 rate that the Metro is being paid. So obviously there's ongoing negotiations. I met with the service provider yesterday and they are having an engagement on Monday. So obviously this is outside the mandate of the Western Cape Mobility Department to actually be a mediator in terms of the regulated PS0 ratings, but we are aware of it. Our obligation is to make sure that the service provider is remitted for services provided. Thank you.
I wish through you, Chairperson, we don't get any income from Uber. Uber's an application. They have got the agreement with the actual meter taxi operator. So we don't get any revenue from Uber.
Sorry, through you, Chair, but Uber has to apply for license to operate, the permit to operate. Isn't that through you?
Sorry. We need to make a decision whether we are doing follow-ups again. We have to make that decision first. No, so what I'm suggesting, it's about, because we've been here since 8 o'clock. We, as a health professional, I always say that sitting is the new smoking. So we cannot sit for more than 2 hours and not having a break. So we will take it, and besides that, the Parliament has already paid for the for tea there. And so we'll break now and come back at 11 o'clock. That's for the tea, but noting there's still lunch. So just in case, so because we don't want to say that, no, why is it so short, the break, is because you're still going to have lunch. I just also want to acknowledge the ladies that are there. It's the journalists. Thank you very much for coming. But I'm confirming, and also the others that are up there, they are also coming to watch us what we do. But there is a confirmation that there are no members of the public who want to do a presentation for now. I'm not sure after the GMT if there will be any. So let's take a break. When we come back, we do the GMT, another book. Thank you very much. Sorry, through you, Minister, you will be able to ascertain in terms of which of the officials might need to leave or stay if their work has got nothing to do with the GMT. It's up to you. Like they don't have to be all here if they are not involved with the GMT. You'll know in terms of who will be able to answer.
Is that possible? Maybe if you can just put it in a layman's language for us who haven't done so well with accounting to just kind of understand that. The second point is around the provision to other institutions and entities. You might have explained to me in the previous session that we held with yourself, what other entities, I know the institution, I mean the national institution and so forth, what are those other entities that are included in terms of using your services? Can Noko Masipa, with his own entity come and source the services of the GMT to transport his bodyguards with? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Ngansu.
Thank you very much, Chair. A few questions raised, MC. On your forward, can you please delve perhaps into, because you made a very important reflection, global and geopolitical issues having an impact on the automotive sector, with inevitable implications for GMT services. Now, can you please delve into these challenges so that share those challenges with us? We know that, as you indicated, that European car market has been affected by the Russian and Ukraine conflict, with gas price being the main factor. And we've seen the rise of Chinese car market in this instance, and found, even if you go to the basement, Chair, they're found there. Now, so I would love to hear how the department is navigating this situation. The second point is report of the accounting officer regarding the number of automotive transmission vehicles in the fleet, which have increased. We perhaps know where these vehicles have been allocated in terms of areas or regions, And the final question for now is on fuel, oil and electricity component of the running, which costs have decreased. You mentioned that this is due to decrease in kilometers. Does that mean less routes or less areas covered? I think it's page 18. Thanks, sir. For now, I'll just pause there.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me first piggyback on the first question with regards to the global and geopolitical issues. But then the MEC mentioned, he highlighted key milestones, and he mentioned 4. But then he said to mention just a few. Can you maybe expand on this 4 and add the others, if there is others? And how does it assist GMT with regards to the operational implementation plan? That's on page 3, page 14, Chair. In the report, just get there. The key innovations with regards to the implementation. They mentioned digitalization, enhancement of fuel bus. Can they expand on this and give us more information, more depth with regards to those innovation implementation plans that you mentioned here? And then on page 16, ICT must be a very big thing with regards in GMT. Can you maybe highlight, because you said you made progress in strengthening your ICT system in GMT. Can you elaborate and expand on that also? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'm trying to tag on to Member Masipa and some of these questions that he has asked in terms of who else the the GMT services, and I know the details are here in the document, but the extent to offering the services to the municipalities in terms of their fleets, because coming from local government, I have also experienced the difficulties of fleet management within the municipalities. And if you just look at the struggle that exists in terms of, for instance, yellow plant within municipalities where the various departments don't want to talk to each other in terms of sharing a front-end loader or that type of equipment, they'll rather go and hire it in from outside at exorbitant rates. Now, to me, if with GMT and the systems that you seem to have in place, it does seem to be quite a logical alternative to offer that into municipalities. So perhaps just some thoughts on that and possible challenges that you have in relation to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD. HOD or Minister? I don't know. Because I see technical.
Yeah, I knew the geopolitical question was going to come from Member Benson. So we cannot run away from what's happening. We are not an island on its own in this global world. So of course, everybody has been talking about what President Trump has been doing in terms of tariffs and all of that. And some of the vehicles that we hire out to our partners, service providers, unfortunately, has to be imported. And of course, it will have an implication in terms of the tariff that we ask. And that's why we are saying it's unfortunate that whatever is happening in the global world will have an impact in what we are doing in terms of the work that we do as GMT. And to Member Constable, in terms of tech, I must say that we have been confronted with a lot of hijackings, especially when it comes to our GG. And we've got sister departments that are actually our clients. And if we did not have the technology that we have to be able to track our cars, and we would find ourselves in a very compromised position. And I think one has to commend the work that is done by GMT. And whenever we are confronted with issues of safety, then the team will go back and say, what else can we do to make sure that our clients are safe? And that's what we are saying. And also in terms of governance and financial controls, it tells you for GMT to have a 13th consecutive clean audit. It just tells you that their governance issues in terms of financial controls, they are on top. They are very strict. They know what needs to be done. And I must commend the acting CFO because he's doing a dual job with the help of Antoine, making sure that we don't regress and are able to continue doing the work that we are doing. And also in terms of whenever if you are a service provider, I think the turnaround time is very much important. And I must say from our side that whenever your car needs to be fixed or to be serviced, you don't have to wait that long. There is tag. You can book your car using tag, and I think Anthony will expand to that just to show how advanced we are in terms of making sure that the service the client is not inconvenienced. And that's why we need to comment about the work of GMT, and also in terms of going green. And I know, when each and every year we've got targets in terms of when we have to replace our fleet, how many of the fleet is going to be NEVs and how many is going to be hybrid. And also what you're saying in terms of our own strategy of NEV 2.0, we are in the process of that because we need to go green. And there's also doing a lot of work in terms of making sure there's charging points. And that's what we are doing. But of course, there's a concern from my side as much as we as mobility we are advanced, we have new energy vehicle plans and strategies, and you ask yourself how many of our municipalities are actually having the same strategies that we have as mobility. So that is one of the challenges that we need to address going forward, so that if you want to go green, and then all of us are able to go green. Those are the challenges. But we are really encouraged by the work that has been done by GMT, and really an example. And yeah, thank you very much.
Chair, yeah, there's a lot of projects and work that has been done by the GMT in order to also have green fuel kind of thing, and also in terms of technology in the fleet, in the motor vehicles. We have Anthony here, who can provide more details on all of the projects that they are doing. I'll hand over to Anthony.
Thank you, HOD, through the chairperson. Yes, in terms of technology, if we think about fleet services and the broad client base that we have, because we have clients across the Western Cape, so we're actually managing fleet by distance. Technology plays an important role, and there's different aspects to it. So number one, we think about tech in terms of vehicles, technology in vehicles, like vehicle tracking units referred to as telematics. Also, the camera solutions that we do have in our traffic vehicles as well, and then specialized vehicles like mobile clinics, rescue vehicles, ambulances. So there's a lot of technology involved in the vehicles. And when you think about the fleet management aspect about it, it is now how can you use data to make quick, smart decisions that adds to cost efficiency. So a lot of the data that we get from our service providers, because we have external service providers when we talk about fuel, we have fuel card solutions, and that actually creates transactions. One can obtain business intelligence from that, repairs and maintenance in terms of vehicles that needs to be serviced, vehicles that was involved in crashes, and vehicles that need normal repairs. One can also manage that by interacting the systems from these service providers into the GMT space. So when we speak about the GMT space, we use our intelligent transport system, ITS, to actually gather a lot of data from service providers, being the telematics, the fuel management side, the RMN side. We use that within our own organization to make smart decisions, to process accidents and losses as quickly as we can, to have these vehicles serviced and maintained. Clients can book services as well via the systems. So in terms of our usage, we also share our systems with our clients via the client portal. And that actually empowers them with data on the vehicle usage, which vehicles are in for repairs, in terms of traffic fine management. So it's actually an ecosystem built around the vehicle to say the core function of GMT is to lease vehicles at the most economical rate that we can, but to bring with that vehicle the wealth of all the GMT systems and the data that we have with that to keep costs low, keep our clients informed in terms of what's happening with their vehicles. So recently we launched our GMT website to expand our technology interaction with our clients. We also utilizing mobile apps in terms of how to actually further automate semi-automated processes. So if we think about vehicle inspections, we normally would do that with actually pen and paper, use a cell phone to take photographs of vehicle condition assessments. We actually created an app to use handheld devices, but you can also use it on your smartphone to accelerate the vehicle inspection process. So it will actually index the photographs, create the information instantly to our R&M team in-house, as well as our R&M service provider, to actually make quicker decisions, do authorizations, negotiate savings and repairs. That technology that we developed actually led to quite a recent award at the GovTech 2025, where we won an innovation award for our mobility app. So there's a lot of value in our apps. It's being recognized, and we've also been shortlisted for a national service excellence award for that app as well. And that outcome is currently pending, but the evaluation team have evaluated that system. So there's a lot of value in the systems, and we share that. To take it a step further in terms of the question about how do we interact with municipalities. So as we said, systems what we develop for ourselves, being fit for purpose, we do share that with our colleagues in the other spheres. So we do have a strong relationship with the City of Cape Town. We regularly have interaction with them. They're quite based close to us. The fleet size is very similar to our fleet size, and a lot of our activities do have relation in terms of how they manage fleet. So it's a benchmarking exercise for us to sort of evaluate our best practices, our direction, how we think fleet can move forward, as well as from their side, learning and sharing our system enhancements and technology with them as well. And I think that at the end actually strengthens both parties in terms of how we can move forward on that. In terms of vehicle replacements, that's quite an important aspect for us. You want to keep your fleet, firstly, fit for purpose. Secondly, to have vehicles that's within the economic life cycle. So we're quite focused on replacing about 1,100 vehicles per annum. And that actually leads to national contracts that we use to procure these vehicles. And obviously, as Minister explained, if there's some turbulence in the industry, that can actually impact on our potential delivery dates, or sometimes higher cost for these vehicles if it's actually imported. In terms of new energy vehicles, that's the future. Looking forward towards that, and that is to increase the number of new energy vehicles. So we started with traditional hybrids. We already have some plug-in hybrid vehicles in our fleet as well as battery electric vehicles. And we do learn a lot from these vehicle applications. We've used that in many presentations that we've done recently in collaboration with the George municipality and the African Skills School. They actually at the EV conference towards the middle of June. And we were asked to sort of share our vision because we draft the electric vehicle strategy in 2021, and we've expanded that to a new energy vehicle strategy to include other fueling types, not just, say, battery electric vehicles, but LPG, CNG, and to look at other methods of fueling and other types of vehicles. So there was a lot of interest in that in terms of the direction that we do and how can we actually partner with a lot of other parties. So there's been a lot of interest in what we do as the Western Cape Mobility Department. We've also recently had a group from Isuzu in Japan, from the light and heavy commercial side, that explored some ideas with GMT in terms of how do we see new energy vehicles playing a role in terms of vehicle design. Is there any specific requirements that we do have? So I think from the conferences that we attend and conversations that we have, and also thinking about battery solar storage, a recent expo that was held in CTICC, we had our electric vehicle on display. And the response was overwhelming for what we do, how we're thinking about it, how we're moving. And that is actually to buy these vehicles, transition these vehicles to new energy vehicles. And that we can actually share with our partners. So in a nutshell, broadly, that's how we use technology and the vehicle products that we can apply to keep cost as low as possible, as well as to keep services at the excellence level from the GMT space. Thank you.
Chairperson, through you, there were some questions on the national entities, also assistance to municipalities. And then the opening question was on page 7 and 58. And then there was also a question about fuel at the routes. So in no particular order, I'll start off with the question about the national entities. Approximately 11% of GMT's revenue is generated from national departments and entities. So those entities are listed on page number 21, and I'm just going to go through the list, which basically is the active clients. Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, National Prosecuting Authority, Public Service Commission, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, National Parliament, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and then probably one of the top plans in terms of revenue generation, the last one, Office of Chief Justice. So these clients have been constant through a number of years already. In fact, what we've seen in some of these areas that the demand for GMT services have expanded quite substantially that we are providing. Then the question on the fuel or less routes. No, it's not less routes that's traveled. It's just general that the fleet travels less. So I think if we look at the departments holistically and the fiscal pressures which departments are facing, they are trying to optimize firstly the usage of vehicles and also which, let's call it, routes those vehicles travel. If I look at the total mileage covered for 23-24, it's 103,613,000 kilometers, which the entire fleet traveled, and that reduced to 102,042,000 kilometers. But that's not the main reason for the reduction. Well, it's a contributor to that. So if we look at the average fuel rates that we paid at the pump stations for the financial year, and if we had to compare that to the comparative year, if we look at fuel per kilometer in the current year, which we are busy with, R2.15 per kilometer. And in the comparative year, that was R2.38. So on average, the fuel rates have decreased as announced by the National Department of Minerals and Energy. There is also a question on the local authorities and municipalities. Yes, we've had various engagements with various municipalities. Up to quite recently, Stellenbosch Municipality was an active client for GMT. They leased general hire vehicles from us. So that would be your typical non-specialized type of vehicles, the Polos, the Quest, those type of vehicles. The challenge that we've got with local municipalities, and this is, it's a bit of an accounting issue as well. So because municipalities are also on accrual accounting, they follow the MFMA. Now in section 45 and 46 of the MFMA has got explicit requirements for municipalities to sign up liabilities. It needs to go through council. There needs to be a certain approval process for that. So the nature of GMT's business, if we allocate vehicles on a permanent basis, and majority of the requests that we've received, it's quite extensive requests that we've received, Data, Valley, Drakenstein, etc. They want specialized type of vehicles. They want to use it in the engineering departments, special services, water and sanitation, etc. So there's immediately a conversion element to it. Let's call it the buckies need to have certain rails attached to it. They need to carry ladders, etc. So it's not a vehicle that we can easily transfer to other department or a client. It's got a specialized aspect to it. So from the investment perspective for GMT to buy those type of vehicles, and given the cost that vehicles cost nowadays, it's a very high investment. And then we would need a commitment for at least 5 years. And as soon as we move into that space, then it becomes a finance lease in terms of the requirements from accrued accounting, which the municipalities also need to adhere to. Then that whole process about liability start. So yes, on a general hire perspective, we've leased vehicles to local municipalities. But unfortunately, this is a stumbling block. We already approached, for example, Provincial Treasury in the past to assist with some kind of mechanism. But because GMT is also a reporting entity which reports, prepares financial information to all the Western Cape departments and many of the public entities as well. We are responsible, well, GMT is responsible for that. Then you need to have a mirror effect. So basically, if it's a finance lease in GMT's chart of account, it needs to be reflected as a finance lease in the municipal space. And that's why you can't change it to an operating lease then, because then you've got this disjunction in reporting. So, we've... I trust that addresses the question. And then there was a question on the efficiencies, and Antonio has already, I'll just expand a bit from the financial perspective on that. So in page 7 and 58, how do we get it right to amend the tariffs by lower increases than MTEF for an extended period of time? It's 8 years now that you can see from the 1st of April 2016. And comparing that to the financial health of the organization. So it's really an active decision that we've taken quite a few years ago, is to optimize the balance sheet. And this is a principle that we've applied, and it's the results of that is quite lucrative, as you see. So what we've done, for example, is to look at the value chain aspects pertaining to vehicle life cycle management. So what we've done is we've taken, for example, aspects on the balance sheet, which we see as assets, and converted those to higher yielding instruments. So immediately, but based on the demand. So we don't just buy vehicles and allocate vehicles if the demand is not there. So what we do, for example, if cash in the bank earns yields of 7 to 8% on interest, we buy a vehicle and we allocate that to a client institution, and then immediately, if you've got a useful life cycle of 5 years, it is a 20% yield. If it's got a 4-year life cycle, it's got a 25% yield. So immediately, you've also got these expanded benefits of reduced costs associated to fleet management. Newer vehicles don't need new tires, don't need new brakes, etc. on a regular basis. And if I just look at the figures as we're reporting in the financial statements, I know it's a separate part of what we are discussing now. Last year, the repairs and maintenance, 106 million. And the comparative year, it's 96 for 24-25 and 106 million for the comparative year. Even though if you take the fleet, that increased from 6,761 to 6,816 vehicles. The other aspect that we just need to, and I'll close off for this, is that vehicles are depreciating assets. So a general vehicle loses 1% of its value per month. So the factor that we apply is 99% times the closing balance of the previous month. If there's a higher type of higher end vehicle, that factor increases to 1.7%. So your factor that you multiply it with is 98.3%. So why am I saying this? So immediately, if you're taking the life cycle, we want to keep those periods that we buying the vehicle, allocating the vehicle, managing the vehicle, withdrawing the vehicle, and disposing the vehicle as short as possible. And that's one of the initiatives that we've also embarked on, is basically to reduce that cycle. So immediately there's more money coming into the system, and the cost associated to that is reduced. That's why we could transfer those benefits to lower tariffs that we generate and ask.
Thank you, members. Follow up, and also still in that same pages A and B, if there are any. You, Member Masipa. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think I am covered. And I'm also going to really say that there are more positives, and I think the department sometimes is too hard on itself. I must say, well done. The question that I have got is one, around the disposable strategy. You know, we had departments here talking to us and telling us how tough it is to retain employees. Many of the employees obviously live into the city of Cape Town and so forth. So in terms of your disposable strategy, are you considering the Western Cape government employees before you dispose these vehicles to, to the public to purchase? I'm saying this because, I mean, this is a way of really ensuring that you are giving the benefit to the employees first. You know, like we said, charity begins at home. On the emission, on the green energy, how is the U.S. position really affecting this particular, green energy industry in terms of prices and so forth? Because we know that Donald Trump has always been quite vocal about, his non-belief of this, renewable energy thing. So the question really is around, the carbon credits. I do note on page 50 that, you're doing quite well in terms of reducing the emission from 19.84 in 23-24 and 17.19 24-25. So really the question is how you're doing in that regard in terms of really ensuring that we move now to getting the carbon credits. Are you on that journey of getting the carbon credits? I must also just say, CFO, on your comments around how you explained it in terms of value for money. I see that you are also making money in the bank, so you're earning good interest. You're doing well, and congratulations to you. So, yeah, well done, guys. Thanks, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you. Member Constable.
Thank you, Chair. On page 17, with regards to revenue, just to add what Member Masipa is saying, the revenue looks very good. It's a good foundation. But my question is on page 20 with regards to outstanding debt. How do we deal with this? I see from 24 there's a lot of outstanding debt, both from national and our own departments. So what is the process of communication, and what is the process of making sure that we recoup that money? That money comes into, because that will also make sure that we have a lot of funding available. Second one is with regards to on page 22. There's also underspending, even on employee appointments and stuff. And the reasons given there for the underspending, maybe they can just elaborate specifically on the employee cost underspending as well as the operating expenditure. Why are we underspending on things that is important for the department and also for GMT? Why are we not appointing people? I know there's a process and all this stuff, but are we not eager to appoint? And it relates to my previous question with regards to service providers and consultants. Now we have to utilize them with a much higher cost because we're not appointing people in that specific positions. And that relates to my last one on the vacancy rate on page 35, where the vacancy rate is about 31, 34%. Thank you, Chair.
I think the disadvantage now, and it's new, this thing of me raising my hand very last. One issue which I think I must talk to firstly, on page 31, there is a reported incident of an employee in the workplace, and details about it, and including compensation is not a given. Page 35. The second question relates to, I think, building a point made by Honorable Concept as well as Masipa. There is understanding on the one hand on the question on operations. On the other hand, there is a rising vacancies. For instance, in the last financial year, your vacancies were 31.3, and presently they are 34%. You know, now, and when you look at this report of GMT and the main report, annual report, which we dealt with earlier, there isn't much difference in this question. You know, what are the fundamental bases for this? What kind of picture are you painting, or message are you conveying, you know, on this particular aspect? Why is this crisis found across? Officials were paying some, I think a month or so ago, when they appeared before the SCOPA around this problem, and where they argued that one official had to do a work of more than two or so, you know, and one may argue, reasonably argue, and say potentially this might have a relationship with officials taking sick leave and so forth, you know. So I hear that an attempt was made to respond to the previous report, but I'm deeply interested for this one and why this found across, you know. That's the first thing. Hopeful that when the MC and official respond, they will not throw an emoji and for you to understand, I mean, to find the details on the what this emoji means. Another issue relates to on service delivery improvement plan. There was a desire of service, I mean, for 2024-2025 to procure a minimum of 800 vehicles per annum, but what was achieved was 402, you know, and there's no account about the basis for this, and also its impact on service delivery, you know. And again, I note the response provided by the MEC, you know, which for me, in respect to the organizational structure outlook, right, as a kind of an expression of arrogance, where, you know, when you raise concern about what we see as that the department is paying scant attention to issues of fundamental transformation, in particular the question of equity, you know, and in part, you know, the same GMT structure, though relatively different, but it's the same as, I mean, it's not fundamentally different from the, I mean, from the main structure of the department, you know. And these are, for me, are glaring concerns, you know. On other issues, I think I'm covered by member Concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think for a question for me, it's about, can you remind me what is in terms of the schedule, the company GMT, where does it fall as a public entity? One. Two, I see you talk about client institutions. Can you remind me what are your client institutions? There's those in Western Cape, there are those in the national space. And then if you look at 34, the 6 and 52, it got me thinking, if you have clients that are outside the Western Cape government, and also that are not part of government? Why is it Parliament, not your client, beyond the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker? Just making an example, in some of the other provinces, the Parliament, they've got their own in terms of how they do their cars, purchasing, whatever. There's no GMT, they do their own. Here, luckily, we have got an entity which actually contributes to economies of scale when we have to do for broadly. Because when I was reading in terms of the prices that you are offering, and then I was saying, the members of Parliament, often they have to hire cars because there's I think it's page 52 when you are highlighting where you're going to open the other, like in Cape Winelands and all of those, where you'll have your fleets there. And then I'm saying the member of Parliament, there are times where they have to go to places, George or whatever, and then they have to hire. Why would they have to hire from a private? Why can't that they hire the cars for the use of work? I'm talking about work, not your having a nice job. So why can't they hire from the cheapest? Because you are offering that services. Why do you have to? Because remember, when you hire now, because I hire a lot, because I'm lazy to drive long distances. You need to have a credit card, and also for the entry level car, you need to have a minimum of 6,000 rand in that credit card. Yet there are some people who don't even want to have a credit card. Like now you ended up having to have a credit card for the sake of that. So if I'm going to go to do a parliament work in Beaufort West, or if member constable now needs to go to Beaufort West but doesn't want to drive, because maybe wants to leave the car here and then but takes a car and hire a car, or maybe leave the car there and then whatever you. So why can't you do it? Because you are doing it for the other people who are not necessarily in government. And also why Parliament only is the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker who are the ones who are being accommodated. I understand it's part of the package. But for hiring, when you are doing for all others, why can't you do that? For example, if you haven't thought about it, can you explore that possibility on how you can partner with the legislature as an institution in regard to the members of provincial legislature, where they could be able to do the hiring according to the levels of the car that they're supposed to whatever hire, paying from their own funds, just the way that you'll hire to Avis. Why you go to Avis instead of going to the GMT? It's boosting all of those. Thank you very much. After the department has responded, members, we want to go to the last session, the HR. The HR, yeah, human resource D. So I won't be able to allow the follow-ups after they've responded to this one. We go to D. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you very much for the questions from the honorable members. And I must say, the issue of vacancies, it's a concern for all of us. It's not only a concern from the members. And if I have to share to be honest, and I think the HOD will tell you as well that whenever we meet, I always ask, how far are we? How far are we? You know, and then like what Yedra was saying, that is beyond our control. There are issues of capacity, and for the low level appointments, you know, when it was shared with me that it's, you know, the managers feel that they don't have time. I said, if they don't have time, then we must delegate it to someone else. And that's what we have done. You know, we put up a schedule that says what we are going to do. And in the last 2 weeks, you find there was a lot of position advertised from the side of mobility in the bulletin, because it's important that we advertise and we're able to appoint. And then if people are not able to have these interviews, then we need to delegate it to other people. And those are the kind of things that we have in Silanduga, we've put in place because we really want to fill these positions when they are budgeted for. And because the concern has been shared by the members of the standing committee more than once. And I also want to just assure the chair and the member that we are really committed in appointing, you know, capable people in all the positions that have been filled. That's our commitment. And that's why you'll find in the next few weeks, we're going to have interviews where I'm going to be an observer in some of them. And in some, I'm not going to be involved. But I can get a report from the HOD. Whenever I meet with the HOD, every week I ask how far are we in terms of our appointments, because it's important that we bag this one and we're able to move forward so that it doesn't keep coming up as if we don't want to. We are really committed to making sure we feel those that are budgeted for, and the colleagues really know that my feeling and my stance in that regard. And Member Masipa, in terms of, we know we auction a lot of vehicles from GMT. And one thing that I inherited when I came here is that commitment was made to some municipalities that we are going to give them cars. And we gave to Mossel Bay, and then they were asking me, when are you going to give to us? Because municipalities are asking, because we have done it for one municipality. And then, but when I got into office, that the policy has changed, so we could not do that anymore. So, and then subsequent to that, I've asked the department and the HOD to look at what is it that we can do from the side of mobility, GMT specifically, to help some of our municipalities in our province, because it is funny Karoo. So I know some of our Karoo municipalities don't have funds, they don't have finances. So if we are able to help, instead of us having auctions, and we're able to give at least 1, 2 at a minimal price, of course, that will mean a lot to some of those municipalities. And that policy is still they're still looking at it, and we have some consultations. Once the policy has been, or we have an agreement in terms of how we are going to deal with it, because there are those that are poor at once, and there are those that are rich at once. And just last week, someone was asking on the HOD that they want more cars, and because I'm the one that apparently has cars in this province that can give for free. So we are waiting for the policy to give us direction in terms of how we're going to assist some of our municipalities in terms of our vehicles that we want to discard or dispose of. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, through you, I'll address the question about the debt. Some of the members, but then I'm going to ask Antoni if you can assist on the vehicles procured. There were 2 questions on that, page 52, on that one. Chairperson, on your question about the client institutions, those are basically the client institutions which we list on page 21, that list. That's the comprehensive list that we've got. The matter about debt processes and the whole aspect about how we collect debts, yes, this is a focus area for us. What we've got in our debt management section in GMT Finance is dedicated staff allocated to certain client institutions. So basically they deal with the entire management of issuing invoices, resolving any queries, and the collection of debts. What we've seen is the table that you see in the annual report is a snapshot at the point in time. Our debtors days is 15 days. So that is literally half of the legislated 30-day period. We don't have any issues in terms of uncollectible debts in the current year. We've got a very good working relationship with all our clients. And if there's any issues, the normal issues that pop up is the kilometers and the capturing of kilometers. Sometimes it happens that people capture 10 too much, or the odo is incorrectly read for accounting for billing purposes. So we've got an exception report that we run between the 25th and the 30th of the month. And in the first week of the new month, we do the billing. So all those matters are already ironed out when the bills are issued, and that also assists for clients to settle the accounts. On page 22, the 2 aspects that were specifically asked is the cost of employment and the operating expenditure. Minister has referred to the matter about the vacancies and some of the challenges that we have got in terms of the process to get panels, etc. So that would be the main reason for that. On the operating expenditure, the main item here for the under expenditure is the fuel. So if we take the total fuel for the year, it's 220 million. So a very small change in the input factors to that has got a huge impact on the overall account for the year. So what we've done is, I'm just going to use examples here. We know that we are sensitive for the exchange rate, the dollar exchange rate. So we use macroeconomics and some of the other websites that indicate the forecast for the fuel price in dollar terms. And what we've used is 18.89 as an average for the year. And we know that the rand has strengthened quite considerably. There's also been factors where the barrel price, we estimated that to be between $70 and $80 per barrel. We're currently sitting at approximately 65. So all those factors weigh in that not just because the fleet traveled less, as I alluded to earlier, those factors then feed in. And in a 220 million rand account, one or two of those movements has got a huge impact on the sensitivity and analysis that we perform. There was also a question on the incident on page 35 that pertained to an official that fell and injured her left hand, and she incurred some abrasions. So that was one incident that we reported there. So obviously it would have been ideal if there weren't any incidents, but that's the one that we reported. Thank
you. Through the chair, in terms of the vehicle replacement cycle, as per page 52, I think it would be relevant just to sort of sketch the background to how we actually came to the vehicle replacement plan. So on page 52, we explain our plan. So if we think back to the COVID era, that obviously created quite a significant impact in everything that happened in our lives at that point. And if we take that context to the motor industry, it meant because of that COVID era, there was a significant drop in the manufacturing of vehicles. And one of these components in the manufacturing of vehicles is referred to as the conductor chip. That's actually a chip in the vehicle that sort of monitors a lot of, say, technology inside a vehicle. And due to a shortage of that chip, as well as the COVID time when certain vehicles could not be produced, as well as in terms of the South African context, there was also a significant flood at the Toyota factory that severely impacted our replacement plan. So we obviously had to come up with an innovative plan to say how we're going to accelerate the process and how do we recover from that. And that's the process that we actually started in the 21-22 financial year, is to say, let's buy more than what we would normally do. Number one is to actually get the orders in as quickly as possible, because there's the long lead times on the delivery of vehicles. Then at certain points there was also competitive pricing that would definitely favor us. So if we mention about our replacement cycle would be 1,100 vehicles, we would actually, for example, purchase 1,490 vehicles in 2021, 22, 1,383 in 22, 23, and then 1,423 in 23, 24. By accelerating the replacement process, it obviously created mass volume of vehicles that was then delivered to GMT. We had to prepare these vehicles and then hand them over to the clients. Because it's part of the replacement cycle, you actually get the vehicle back again. So as you issue the new vehicle to the client, they return the old vehicle that actually met the life cycle of that vehicle, and that we needed to place on auction and then sell it to the open market. So to sort of balance that process, we accelerated the process. We went through the motions, getting these vehicles delivered, getting them handed over. As mentioned, we developed mobility apps, for example, to assist us in the inspection process, to create these vehicles quicker for the auction platform, sell them via monthly auctions, because we had to change our way of work by not having bi-monthly auctions, but actually monthly auctions, then selling higher quantities of vehicles on these auctions, and that actually created a stage where we had to slow down the replacement process. So what happened in 24-25 is we actually slowed down the replacement process because we managed the requirements that was needed at that time. So we only had to buy 402 vehicles because we dealt with the difference in the prior years. At that point, we received massive amounts of vehicle deliveries. So in that specific year, we actually prepared 1,020 vehicles and allocated them to our client department. So when we say we prepare vehicles, it means we fit the vehicle tracking devices to these vehicles, we fit e-tags to these vehicles, we need to do the registration and the licensing, the fuel cards that goes with it, the in-vehicle technology, say for traffic vehicles, when we speak about ambulances, mobile clinics, rescue vehicles, HealthNet vehicles, there's conversions that needs to happen to these baseline vehicles we get from the OEM. So a lot of activity actually happened prior and in that specific year. So the focus was getting the new vehicles to the client as quickly as possible and then to dispose of the returned vehicles. So a lot of work was done in that preparation side. Now back to 25, 26. We already started our planning to do our following replacement cycle. And we already planned that that requirement would be roughly between 1,300 vehicles and a little bit more. So it depends on the usage by the clients in terms of kilometers. It also has an impact if you lose vehicles due to theft or due to it being written off in accidents. There is ad hoc requirements that we need to do. But the plan is running smoothly, but we had to make a decision. How do you sort of conclude the previous cycle? And then we start a new cycle in 25, 26, moving forward with our planned replacements in terms of the fleet size. If you think about 6,618 vehicles in the fleet, and you need to replace these vehicles after 5 years, that actually accumulates to a figure that we need to focus on. And that's around about 1,100 up to 1,300 vehicles that we do plan for replacement. So that's our strategy, how we got to the 402 vehicles. If we speak about new energy vehicles, in terms of what's happening in the US, when we see new market entries into the new energy vehicle space, it's mainly from Europe and from China. So although we monitor what's happening in the US, there's a more significant shift in terms of climate change, sort of responsibility in terms of moving fleet from conventional ICE vehicles to new energy vehicles. So we try and keep a balance. We try and monitor the industry. For now, it's not a significant impact on us because we do get the vehicles from a different site. We can see from the RT57, that's a national contract where the whole of government actually buy the vehicles from. We've been positively influencing that to lead and say we need more new energy vehicles on that specific contract. So from a handful of suppliers, we now actually have categories to say sedan type vehicles, light delivery vehicles, panel vans, trucks, buses. That's actually evolving, and already a significant change is in the current contract. It's a 3-year contract, and it comes to an end on the 30th of June next year. The bid specification committee meetings under the leadership of National Transport and National Treasury are already working on those specifications to take that to the market so the new contract is in place when the current contract ends. We do promote that as far as possible to get even more new entrants into that market, because if we can create critical mass, the principle of economies of scale actually comes into it, where these vehicles are then at lower cost because there's a lot of competitiveness in terms of the products being available. And we can see that when we do obtain quotes, even from local companies, the pricing is definitely changing in favor, making it more affordable to buy these type of vehicles than a couple of years ago. With these vehicles, obviously, charging infrastructure, also important aspect. We're also monitoring that, because as you have these vehicles, they need to charge, and we're looking at those opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members who are on question D. Can you remind me, what did you say about for the members, to have a partnership with the parliament? Then we go to the section D. I didn't hear that part clearly. The partnership with the parliament, so we don't have to have a 6,000 rand of.
No, Chair, can I be of protection to Rian and Tony? We take note of your proposal, Chair, and I will engage with Rian and Antony in the HOD and look at the possibilities. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The D members, can we go to D page? Because we still have got a member of the public who just want also to do some presentation. We are now on page 88 to 113, the human resource management. Thank you. Thank you. Member Ngensu, thank you very much. Three questions, member, and then the department respond.
No, thank you very much. On this one, and there is a use of interns, and that's very important. And even the previous report, we have seen quite a number of them. Now, one is to be interested to understand as to how often would you absorb interns out of 10, for instance, as an example, was interns were introduced as a basis for students to get what is called work exposure, right? And as when an intern performs well and he or she applies and qualifies, then becomes a preference in other organizations. So that's the first thing. In respect to those who leave the department, the entity, how many years do they stay in a position at average? At average, you know. And whilst others may not disclose, though this question came in a different fashion earlier, whilst they may not disclose as to where they're going to, certainly for cleaner pastures, which are the entities, or departments or level of government would they be going to? For instance, my experience with the South African Police Services, officers, trained officers, they leave for the city of Cape Town, ESCOM, PRASA. Now in this, the context of this, your officials, to which entity do they go to? I looked at the rate of notch progression. Unfortunately, I couldn't have time to properly analyze it. But a statement is made somewhere that despite the moratorium in respect to monetary reward, the department has been assessing workers, officials, from 2022, from 2019 actually, until now. And a very important statement is made that the Western Cape government is actively developing a policy for non-remunerative rewards to recognize employee contributions. Will that be implemented retrospectively or what? How will it be implemented? Those are the areas of interest for me at the present moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is your last for this. So the department will respond and then we're going to provide for the member of the public. Thank you very much. No, you respond to him. Then we are done and then we allow him. Yeah.
Okay, Chair, I'll take the easy one. And the difficult ones I'll give to the HOD and the team. Specifically, people leaving the department or GMT. We had a chief director when I got here, and then unfortunately he was poached by the city of Cape Town. So that's what happens. And we did a similar thing as well from our side. We poached from the city, so she will be joining us very soon. So umgalelo. So uyanika ndiyathatha, uyathatha ndiyanika. So that's how it is. And I just wanted to respond to that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. On the questions of absorption of the interns, and they are allowed to apply for internal posts when posts are advertised. And if they leave, we don't have sufficient information about, if they don't disclose where they are going, we wouldn't know, but they are also employed in other government spheres in the province. I think that's the one I can attend to. In terms of the other GMT related question, I think I would pass over to Anthony.
Thank you, HOD. In response to the question about interns have played a significant role in GMT. We've always adopted interns for many years into the GMT environment because one, it creates opportunity for them to learn and grow. As they learn these processes, they become immensely valuable to GMT. And a lot of these interns have been successful in obtaining permanent positions in GMT. And that actually builds capacity and it creates opportunity or job opportunities for them as well. Currently in GMT, we have a further 12 new interns that actually join GMT. And they in different areas being pay interns or even graduate interns. So it's definitely a good opportunity environment in GMT to learn about the organization. Their skill sets as we evolve them becomes valuable to us. And as many positions are currently being advertised in the GMT space, there's opportunity for these interns gaining knowledge about GMT to then apply for these positions and hopefully to be successful and then to form part of the GMT family. So that's my contribution towards the intern question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. We have exhausted and Maiden. Okay, if you look at the time.
The question was specific. Out of 10, how many interns the department would absorb? You know, that's the first. The second one related to, you know, as you are facing this problem of workers resigning, and I wanted to understand that at average, how many years do these workers stay in a better position before they leave? You know, I'll tell you why I'm posing this question. We went to NISNA for oversight. We learned that they will take about between 2 and 3 years and they leave, meaning they're using NISNA municipality as a platform to accumulate work experience and leave for Peter or George. That's a basis for me to ask. It's another follow-up to your MEC. Yes, okay, now you know they live too well, but what are the measures have you put in place to ensure that you don't face this crisis of officials leaving? I think that's a point earlier it was made somewhere as a basis, what could be described as a retention strategy. The notion of the rate of pay, of notch progression could not be responded to, as to whether the envisaged policy will be applied, implemented retrospectively or not. Thank you very much. Saying all of the non-new questions are follow-up and others were blue-ticked.
Responded.
They were
We are
blue-ticked.
done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a blue tick. No, Chair, on the first one, in terms of the stats, how many interns have been absorbed and how many of the official stays in a position? I think if my request is granted, we can go back and then we will be able to provide you with that information, because those are the specifics which is not covered in the annual report. And I think it's important that we go back, look at it, and then send it to you. I must say it's a difficult one to retain someone, because one of the reasons why people go is because they always say the grass is greener on the other side, but it's all about monetary value. Some people, because we all know that Isquaco pays more than we pay, and some of us go there because we want to earn more, and it's vice versa. Some want to serve and then they will stay. But also what we do from our side, we don't interfere. Specifically from the side of the ministry, we allow you to do what you need to do. If you know your job, you know what is our vision, what is our mission, we allow you to do what you need to do. So what we want to inculcate is basically is to say that you must enjoy what you are doing. But if you are doing what you are doing in mobility because you want money, you are not going to stay. And we can't offer you more money if you want to leave because of more money. But also, if you also understand in terms of my own priorities, the fourth one is an internal, is to create a dynamic and productive and happy team. Because once we are able to have a happy team, and everybody will do what they need to do. And that's the only way I can retain people in the department, not by offering more money, not by making promises, but just creating a conducive environment for them to be able to be themselves and practice what they want to do and live, themselves out and give these, innovative ideas, which is sometimes I perceive has been crazy, and I've been doing it. And within the next few months, we're going to see some of the innovative ideas that we will be implementing from the side of tech is because of the space that I have, to practice what they want. But if you want to leave, I cannot stop you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and the department for the questions. Thank you, members, for this engagement. We have reached our last part. As the members now, we give the opportunity, because this is a public hearing. So therefore, we give an opportunity for the members of the public. There's one member of the public, Mr. Jamie Weingart, who's part of the company that does mobility tech. We want probably to ask some questions to the department. I did warn Jamie that whatever the presentation is doing, it's not more than 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you to the floor. I think the Department of Mobilities, there's parts of it that can be quite taxing on our mental health. So I'm thankful for the work you're doing. And as a member of the public, I've heard the concerns and what you've reported on, especially about issues in public transport, taxi behavior, even traffic. And I feel whether you take public transport or not, these are issues that affect all of us. There's a statement I remember from President Cyril Ramaphosa, where he says to improve our economy, more needs to be done to improve the public transport situation. And I feel that these aren't just challenges for government alone, and that these are actual collective actions that need to be taken place. So I represent a company called Loop. We're a mobility tech company. We've successfully been able to do digital cash collection in the minibuses, and that also expanded where private companies can hire out minibus taxis. I even know that the parliaments also used our services before. So it's kind of changing the way people are moving and the way taxes are moving to, helping with formalization, helping with access to finance. There's quite a few things we're able to solve. And we even got an award from the president for the work we're doing. So by listening, I see that there's ways to solve some of these problems, and I think there's two ways. One with technology, and I see you guys have been winning awards in that space as well. And the other is with empathy. If you really understand the people behind the problems, you're able to actually solve it. We see countries like South Korea, Singapore, UK, Netherlands, they actively run programs and workshops in research and development, co-creating with the public and private sector to solve issues like this. And they're doing it successfully. But then in the Western Cape, or even in the country, even though we are working towards the same goals, there seems to be some sort of working in isolation. And I feel that that's just one question I have for you for the floor is how can the private sector and the public work more closely with the departments so we can solve things together? It shouldn't be about monopolizing, about making money, about putting out tenders, but there are solutions that's coming from the public. But a lot of solutions aren't being utilized or discussed, and the problems that you guys are literally bringing up, there are solutions for those problems coming from the public. So are there any forums, are there any workshops, are there any research and development projects that we can do as a mobility department like other countries are doing to solve these issues?
Can I just confirm that that is the only question?
That's my only question, because that's something I would want to actually get involved in. If there isn't, can we help set this up? If there is, how do I get more involved? Because it hasn't been advertised efficiently if there is something like this already.
Yeah, before they respond, I'll also probably suggest that probably just say what you actually doing in that space of the public transport before they respond, because they will say yes or no, and then so just indicate what you are doing in the mobility space with the minibus, taxi, and your tech. Yeah,
Thank you for
and
the
then they could be
opportunity.
able to respond.
So we started. Let me maybe share a little story. So my business partner, Imtiaz Riley, his father was a taxi driver. His grandfather was a taxi driver. His uncles and aunts were taxi drivers as well. And he came to me a few years ago with a problem where he said his father will call him in the mornings and just after peak time and tell him come stand outside. And his father will hand him a bag of money and say put the money in the cupboard. Because the taxi drivers, they're basically cash and transit vans, but without the security. Taxis are driving to gangster areas. Yes, some people see them as gangsters themselves, but they're not carrying the gun because they want to show off. They're carrying the gun because it's about it's a safety risk. And he asked, because he knew that if his father lost that money for the day, there goes towards the installment. It's the target they must pay the boss. That's why there's bad driver behavior, because they're chasing targets, and also the food on the table for that day. And he said, okay, let's make an app to solve this. Before I said make an app, I had to look at why hasn't this worked before? Why are people still using cash when we do have banking apps, we do have point of sale devices, we do have scan to pay? And the truth that came out, my thought was also the thing of tax. Everyone says taxi drivers trying to avoid tax. But what really showed was when paying in cash, you get your money immediately. I can use that money, I can put in fuel right now, I can pay my bus right now, I can buy food right now. Whereas if you use traditional banking systems, you wait about 2 days for the money. And if anyone's running a business where it's hand to mouth, if you wait 2 days for your money, but that taxi is gone, you can't put in fuel, the business is over. That's why they're using cash. But with cash comes a lot of risk. There's the lack of financial inclusivity. So you can't go to a bank and ask for a loan. There's issues around safety, not just for the driver, but also the commuters. There's fights on routes. There's all these things where you have a lack of access to corporate work because corporates don't pay cash. And what we then created was a system without an app. We thought, when we also researched and we understood, nobody wants more apps on their phones. So we utilize WhatsApp. And via WhatsApp, you're able to pay for a taxi ride. And that did two things for us. Number one, it enabled the corporate to be able to hire out taxis. So we vet them, charter permit, PDP, belong to an association, inspect the vehicle, take a report. We put them on a platform and they now get more work from the corporates. How that's changed driver behavior is we've got the normal commuters that are using this service and they say they'd rather get to a taxi that says loop because that driver's vehicle is always clean. The driver behaves better. The driver doesn't do reckless things. Because we've had stories from our taxi drivers in the beginning where they tell us they almost risk their lives running across the street to get the customer for 2 rand, just to get that extra 15 rand. They don't make the whole 15 rand. And when we started opening up the opportunity to get corporate work, the BPO sector is booming in the Western Cape. BPOs, they have to give staff transport after hours. There's fights along routes when they're using private companies, getting into Mitchell's Plain, Kalicha. The private companies, they have issues with the taxis in this space. What we've done is we've assigned the right taxi to get the right trip from the corporate work. So the taxis are happy because they're getting the work. The taxis are happy because they're getting more money. No need to chase targets like they used to. But what I actually like about what's going on there is that money gets redistributed back into the community. In the past, since January, we've been able to redistribute over 50 million back into the taxi industry just by utilizing corporate work. That's the one part of tech we've done is in mobility tech. The other side, which goes beyond mobility, is in payments. The solution we solved by being able to pay via WhatsApp. You were able to pay a taxi driver via WhatsApp, and the commuters came to us and said, "Hey, I've also got I do nails, I do hair, I sell donuts on a Sunday. Can my customers pay me also with this platform?" So we're also working in payments where we've opened the platform up where anybody can pay anybody via WhatsApp. There's no bank charges and it's an instant payment. We've developed our own banking rails. We're working with Visa and we have ABSA as a sponsored bank on our side. We're able to facilitate these payments. We had to do a system with no bank charges and instant payments because that's what we realized was keeping people away from the banking rails. Like I mentioned, if you're going to take too long to get your money, or if there's no transparency in your money, it's not going to work. That kind of gives a bit of an overview of the system we've built. There's a whole bunch more. We're doing biometrics. We're doing tap to pay. There's more research in this space. But I don't want to offer the solutions we're doing. I'd rather want to unpack the problems that the department has and see how we can co-create to solve it together. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. I saw your checks or the awards that you won because I was at your office, but I was not there for the business that you do because there was someone that is currently working there that was a beneficiary of our job seekers travel voucher. Because of that initiative, she was able to go to the interview and land the job that she has. So I was there and I also had an opportunity to engage with her in terms of the work that we are doing. And I don't want to sit here and and compromise my officials by making commitments. But what I can say is that we are open to listen, we are open to engage. And I know from the side of the ministry, you've been in Stellenbosch, and there has been a commitment made that they are going to meet with you on the 31st. And you have also been invited when we close our mobility month on the 31st. So from our side of the ministry, there has been commitment on engaging with you to listen to what you want to say. So that's why I'm going to leave it, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And as the minister has indicated, that they will make a follow-up, but at the same time, they may not be able to engage directly. What if there's a tender that is out there and then someone that is unsolicited bid and all of those? But at least we appreciate that you share, especially that throughout they've been talking about the innovation, the technology solutions and all of those. So you are there. So this now ends. Didn't I say 12:30? So we still have got 1 minute to say thank you. So before a minister makes the final words from our side, since you have already volunteered, thank you, Kuku. Can you please say thank you to the department and appreciate their work?
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this. Thanks to the Department MEC for coming here. We're hoping as you live here, please note that the committee is not prepared to see some of the issues which are raised as glaring. And when you come back, a different report should indeed be presented, in particular around the issues of vacancies and as well as major activities. And the reduction of fatalities and many other things should continue. And toxicity must come to an end. Thank you very much. At work. No more resignations, incapacity, and sick leave. Thank you very much.
That was nice and short. Over to you, Minister. Your closing remarks. You broke a record.
Chair, thank you very much from the side of the department and the HOD and everyone that is behind us. And I know it has been the most difficult few days preparing to come and appear before the standing committee and going to Scopa because we know there are usual suspects that always wants to put that in a corner. But we appreciate that because it sharpens our thinking and it also sharpens how we need to put some speed in what we need to do. And I would also want to appreciate your leadership and the support that the committee under your leadership is giving to mobility. And whatever question that we get and criticism that we get, we don't take it personal. We understand we are here to serve. And if we need to do better, then we are going to do better. And we promise from our side that whatever issues that have been raised that were in our control as a department, we are going to make sure that we improve on that. With those few words, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I will see you on the 19th of November with the e-hailing as a sector. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much. You are excused. There is a lunch and it's a Friday, so that's why it's important you must go and eat that lunch because no one will be able to eat the lunch over the weekend. So but you leave something for us because as a committee, we will deliberate now on the resolutions. But thank you very much, everyone. And also thank you, Jamie. So now it's going to be the committee that will deliberate on the resolutions and the way forward. Just give 5 minutes for the department to leave. Thank you.
Your minute is expired. Your minute is expired. Your minute is expired. See, minute is expired.
We're going to deliberate on the resolutions that include, that comes from also from the public submissions and also any other things that you may want as a further follow-up from the department. But from your side, PO, because at least you will be writing throughout whilst we are all over, are there any points that you can remind us about?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, the Minister indicated that the department would come back to the committee about the information on the number of interns absorbed into the department, and then also the average time that officials were in their positions before they left the department. Additionally, again, for you, Chair, the Minister said he would consult his department regarding the partnership between WCPP and them concerning the hiring of force from GMT. And then, yeah, for the annual report for the department's annual report, there was a list of consultants with triple BEE ratings that they said they could provide. And then the schedule for the organizational redesign and recruitment.
Yeah. Any additions?
There was a commitment that there is work that is being undertaken to look at a review. What do they call it? Review the transfer, the transfers. Yeah, the transfers of payments to municipality. Maybe if they can share that. The last one from my side really is about the carbon tax emission. I did not think that they have answered that as to, are they at that stage where they can really, with all the work that they're doing, that the carbon tax emission, it's applicable to them. I know that the bill was passed in the National Assembly with regards to cap on tax, whether, is being affected. I do not know. I don't know how you're going to phrase it, but yeah, that's really from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. To me, I certainly see an opportunity for GMT to work with municipalities. I know they've raised all of the legislative and the regulatory type of impediments that exist, but I believe that whole issue needs to be pursued, because within local government, it certainly is an issue. Fleet management and the hiring in of vehicles and equipment into local government is there is vast opportunity for abuse and wastage of expenditure, and it's a battle that I waged virtually throughout my local government career. And you talk of millions upon millions of rand that could be spent a lot more effectively. And so I just find it a little bit difficult on how we deal with it, because I think there needs to be a lot more work that we could do from provincial government point of view to suggest and to promote solutions to make it more effective, where you have a body such as this, who I believe would be able to offer more effective rates to municipalities. But I'm not quite sure how one perhaps solves it. I don't know. I see Member Vessels is still on the platform. I don't know if, I'm just trying to find wording on, how we address it with the department. I could alternatively think about it and come back in drafting something.
We'll find exactly how you can phrase it. Maybe you can send it to her, because at this stage you are still trying to figure out. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I think you covered a number of issues which I noted on my end. Thanks for being this effective. 3 more issues. One, I think this, of course, was a resolution, but it's important for it, the organizational redesign. That I've seen what I would describe as their roadmap, that a presentation before the standing committee, in respect to its content. First thing. The last 2 matters relate to the gifts to officials, and I think a statement was made. They responded broadly, and the MEC just condemned it. He raised his own views, but could not respond to the question. And of course, he was not in possession of that information, of the nature and official receiving those gifts, and also gifts from whom? Consultants. Again, the question of what is consultant? Yes, we've got the ownership of the companies of these consultants. So that's one other area which was not responded, and certainly maybe they did not have that information at their disposal. So thank you very much. Those are the issues which I think are quite important for follow-up.
I think they answered the question with regards to the inter-town services. But is it possible for them to submit a written report on work done, and what is the expectation when that process will start?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Secondment? Member Constable, secondment? Yeah. Thank you very much, members. We managed to time. There's a lunch there. For those who are part of the SCOPA, remember at 2 o'clock we have to meet virtually for the SCOPA, but it's open. Yes, but it's open. But it's open to the members, even if you are not, just to listen.